want to be silent for just a moment?
Hi, and welcome to the Arco Eries Charter School hearing on their charter. We are opening up an opportunity for folks to give comment on the charter school renewal. At this time, we do not have anybody who has submitted testimony for this hearing, so we're going to be opening it and then closing it. And then at 6 o'clock, we will come back together for the school board meeting. So this opens the hearing, and now we're going to close the hearing, and we will see everybody back at 6 p.m. when our regular school board meeting commences. Thank you. And board members, if you want to turn your screens off, that's great. Or if you want to leave and come back, either works.
To those of you who were just admitted from the waiting room, the board meeting is about to begin. We would just ask that you keep your camera off and your audio on mute until the board calls upon you, either for public testimony or our principals joining us. And as a reminder, we are currently live streaming on YouTube at this moment. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. I call to order the Beaverton School Board Business Meeting for January 18th, 2022. I want to begin with a land acknowledgement. I would like to acknowledge that our district rests on the traditional land of the Tualatin Kalapuya. We thank the ancestors of the Kalapuya for being the original stewards and protectors of these lands. We are honored by the collective work of many Indigenous nations, leaders, and families who demonstrate resilience, resistance, revitalization, healing, and creativity. We'll begin with a roll call of board members. Susan Greenberg.
Here.
Karen Perez.
Presente.
Eric Simpson.
Present.
Sunita Garg.
Here.
Ogana Ananaya.
I'm here.
Becky Timchuk.
Here.
And Tom Collette is here. Does anyone have any changes to the agenda tonight? Okay, seeing none. We will begin then with community recognitions. And I'm very excited. This was something that we used to do at board meetings prior to COVID, and it's great to see the recognitions coming back. We'll start tonight with our Time Magazine Kid of the Year finalists. And Becky, I think you've got some things to say about that amazing Beaverton student.
Is Janelle with us today?
Yeah, I'm here.
Wave to us, Janelle.
Hello.
Janelle, we're so glad that you're here with us tonight. For those of you, Janelle has been named Time Magazine Kid of the Year finalist. She is a 9th grader at the International School of Beaverton, ISB, and was one of 5 finalists in Time Magazine's Kid of the Year, an honor recognizing extraordinary young leaders who are making amazing and admirable contributions in a range of fields, including social justice, science, education, and much more. Janelle is an avid volunteer who founded Let's Peer Up, a nonprofit that advocates for equal representation for people with physical and developmental disabilities. It was the first ever project run by a middle school student to be chosen by Portland State University's Capstone program. You can read more about Janelle and her work and her fight for mental health awareness at a link that we have provided on our school board website. As a finalist, Janelle was awarded $5,000 in the designation of Kid Reporter for a full year. The Kid of the Year winner will be revealed on February 9th during a TV special on Nickelodeon. Janelle, congratulations on behalf of the school board, and I am sure your school, your family, and your friends are all very proud of your accomplishment. We're glad you're here with us tonight.
And Janelle, do you have some words for us?
Yeah, I do. So yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here. The Time Kid of the Year nomination was a surprise to me. Actually, funny story. When I was first contacted, we weren't sure if it was legitimate because we'd never heard of it. And the email wasn't even from the Times domain. And it turned out there were so many thousands of nominations that Time hired contractors to winnow the list down. And yeah, my mom sure was glad she actually replied to the email. Those who read the article might know that I had a bumpy start to life. I'd been in seven different schools by 5th grade. And because of help from many BSD teachers, I could become who I am today. BSD was really a good place for me. All of my teachers so far have been very supportive, and they always go above and beyond for all their students, including me. I fit in the autism spectrum. Besides social skills, self-management is another area that I was slow to learn. I struggled for a long time after I entered the Whitford Zoomer program, even to the point that I was already scheduled to switch back to my neighborhood school at the end of the semester. Many of my teachers were willing to put in the extra time and effort to help me succeed, and gradually I was able to learn time management and complete the program. Now in high school, I've really benefited from the skills I learned in middle school. So I am highly appreciative of my SUMA teachers and staff, Miss Reese, Mrs. Dearborn, Mr. Miller, and Mr. Pierenboom. They went the extra mile, not only helping me with my schoolwork, but also being very supportive when I first started my nonprofit Let's Peer Up. I want to be the voice for those who can't speak for themselves. I spend hundreds of hours per year on advocacy work and community service. Last year, I was able to start a letter writing campaign to Oregon Metro to advocate for the construction of the Lone Fir Cemetery Memorial Garden, which would honor groups who were marginalized in the past. It was successful, and Metro allocated $4 million to the project. Let's Peer Up also successfully convinced the Beaverton City Council to instate the ADA Technical Advisory Committee, which I actually applied for, and I was interviewed a couple weeks ago, although they haven't announced who will be on the board yet. And because of these works, I won quite a few awards. And getting awards is nice and all, but really community service is my passion. And I think it also means that people recognize that these areas of work are important. So I hope more people will join me. Again, thank you for giving me the opportunity, and I'd like to thank BSD teachers and staff for helping make me who I am today. Thank you.
Congratulations. We'll be waiting to hear the results and cheering you on. Next, we have our We Expect Excellence Award for BSD school nurses. And that includes Lori Perkins, Megan O'Loughlin, Frances O'Connor. Every day, our school nurses play an integral role in the health of our students. School nurses are charged with individualized care for students with identified health concerns. They address the needs of students on individualized education plans, IEP, as well as provide support for mental and behavioral health, communicable disease prevention, and health education. Our nurses connect families to healthcare and handle medical emergencies. For nearly 2 years, they've also been guiding the district through the COVID-19 pandemic. They've been charged with testing, tracking, and caring for students, often working late into the night and on weekends. They've been essential to the well-being of our students and our staff. Please join us in applauding and saying thank you to all our school nurses, including Lori, Megan, and Frances, who I think are with us tonight. And I just want to say our school nurses have an incredibly difficult job in a normal year. They perform such essential functions for our students' well-being. And what they are doing right now is nothing short of heroic to help our students. So very, very proud of their work. Amazing. And I think we have one of the three lead nurses, I think, is here to speak to us tonight. Lori, I see you.
Yep, it's me. Hi, I'm Lori. On behalf of our whole team, I want to say thank you for this recognition. And I also want to include Danielle Hudson, who's our administrator, because Danielle lives and breathes all things COVID every day, just like the nurses do. My position this year is the NOSA. So I'm a nurse on special assignment, kind of like a TOSA. It's the first time we've ever had this position, and what a year to start. As the NOSA, I coordinate and support the district nurses, the classroom nurses, and our district health assistants. I want to acknowledge, first of all, how difficult this pandemic has been for all of our students, our families, and all of our staff. As the medical experts in our school buildings, the foundation of the school nurse role is to advocate and promote student health, wellness, and safety. This has been essentially impossible during this surge. COVID happens 24/7, like Tom mentioned, and our school nurses have been working far beyond their contracted hours in an attempt to meet the needs of our anxious school communities. We're grateful that the department was able to add school nurses this school year, but each full-time nurse has 3 school buildings, which means a school nurse who has a comprehensive high school still serves about 4,000 students. This is far from the national recommendation of 1 nurse to 750 students. The first week of January, 6 of our team members were out with COVID. We all know there's a nationwide substitute shortage, but in our department, there are no subs to cover for nurse illnesses. Nurses cover for each other. So instead of covering 3 schools, many nurses have been supporting 6 schools. In spite of the challenges this school year, I do want to say that our nurses are passionate about supporting the health of our students, and we are trying so hard to keep up. Your recognition does help us to feel valued, and we appreciate it. I want to extend to you that if you have any questions about our school nurse practice in Beaverton, please reach out to me. I'd also like to make the same offer to our board members that I made to Dawn this week. You are invited to shadow a school nurse for a day or even for an hour. So just reach out and let me know if I can set you up with that. Thanks again.
Thank you, Lori, and thanks to all of our school nurses. Next up, we'll have comments from the Beaverton Education Association. Kirsty Sackman from the Oregon School Employees Association won't be able to be with us tonight. So we'll just be having comments from the BEA from President Schmidt. Sarah, are you there?
I'm here.
Great.
Good evening, Chair Collette, Superintendent Grotting, and members of the board. Congrats to Janelle, and thank you to the board for acknowledging nurses tonight. It's really wonderful to include these celebrations in our board meetings again, and a good reminder of all the wonderful things that are happening every day in our schools. Superintendent Grotting and your team, I just wanted to thank you for the meeting that we had this morning. We're trying to work together to find ways to alleviate the incredible strain on staff that Lori described. Our nurses are feeling that very acutely, as well as all of the other educators in our district, school staff, and building administrators included. I'm really grateful for that acknowledgement. That in order to provide excellent instruction and support for our students, we need more time to collaborate, catch up on assessments, get feedback to students that they've been waiting for, review and adjust systems that we have to support our students with their behavioral health and wellness, make adaptations to our curriculum to be more responsive to what our students need right now. And I'm really grateful for the teamwork. And I'm looking forward to meeting again soon so that we can hone in on some real tangible and meaningful ways to respond to the urgent needs of our educators this year so that educators can best support our students. I have a very quick little bargaining update to share with the board and our community. We have been in contract negotiations since last spring. Since our contract expired in June of 2021, for a variety of reasons. COVID being a large one of them, our teams have been making steady but also slow progress. And going on this long is adding to some of the uncertainty and strain on our members. We do have a meeting next week that we're looking forward to. We hope that teams can make progress on the issues that are at the table. And we are going to be sending a survey to our members to gather some input on what we should be focusing on now as we proceed, and with the goal of reaching a settlement as soon as we can. However, the main thing that's on everyone's mind right now is obviously the current impact of the Omicron variant on our ability to safely operate in-person instruction. The current surge that we're in, as Lori has already mentioned, is magnifying the challenges we've been facing over the last 2 years and has presented some new challenges to an already strained system. I do hope that you take up that offer to spend some time with our district nurses to see all of the many things that they have been working on to make sure that our schools are as safe as possible. I'm incredibly grateful for not only the work they're doing day to day, but the guidance that they're providing as professionals. I do hope and I believe that this is a temporary surge that will subside soon. But at this point, our members have a lot of questions that as of yet have been unanswered. This is what happens when you hire excellent educators who care deeply about students. We seek to understand. So I want to pose some questions to you tonight in the hopes that some of the answers will be shared tonight with the board, with staff, and with our community. And then additional information can be provided to staff in the coming days. We're wondering, because as educators, our primary objective is keeping students safe, are the decisions that are being made about switching learning models from in-person to remote based on COVID cases and the safety of staff, or are we trying to maintain in-person learning at all costs, or are we balancing both? If we are keeping schools open in person at all costs during this surge, how are we preparing to address those costs? Being sick students, families and staff members, exhausted educators, overwhelmed school administrators, overworked nurses, and widespread student absences. Why is BSD quickly eliminating and or reducing safety protections like isolation and contact tracing in the middle of our most impactful COVID surge that we've had? Probably the biggest question is what factors are being considered in the decision to move a school to temporary remote learning? And what factors are being considered to bring students back into buildings? Who are the people that are involved in making those decisions? Is the quality of instruction in a school that a school is able to sustain a factor? Is the ability to sustain health and safety protocols a factor in those decisions? Another question that folks are asking that I think is a very good one. We have mostly seen elementary schools move to remote learning in the last week rather than high schools, which creates a more acute need for childcare for families. We know older students can work a little more independently with remote learning, and deploying staff into our elementary schools to keep them in person would be a possibility. It would be excellent for us to be able to understand how those decisions are being made. I want to be really clear. I know that we are faced with impossible decisions right now, and there are not a lot of easy choices. But what we are requesting is transparent information about how these decisions are being made, who's involved in making them, what's being considered, and why. Without knowing that information, and then schools having to quickly respond to decisions we don't understand, educators are having a hard time seeing that decisions are being made with the well-being of our students and staff at the center. So again, I'm looking forward to hearing more tonight in this meeting and getting that information out to staff as soon as possible. Tom already mentioned that my counterpart in OSEA, Kirsty Sackman, won't be here tonight. She's so great at providing inspiration in her comments every month. I'm going to try to do that in her absence. I just want to remind everyone that this is hard. We are going through a lot and need to keep showing up for each other, doing as much as we're able to each day taking breaks when we need them, and remembering to see the humanity in one another. We will move through this, and we will need each other on the other side of this surge. So we need to be kind to one another. And lastly, I just wanted to say during School Board Recognition Month, I'm grateful for the time and care this board dedicates to our shared mission of educating Beaverton students. I know you don't do it because it's easy, but because it's important, and I'm grateful for your service to this community. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. And I think many of those questions during our COVID update will probably be hearing answers to. So I appreciate your questions and your testimony tonight. Okay, next we are going to hear from the Beaverton Student Advisory Committee. We have members of the advisory committee here.
I believe that they weren't coming today because they haven't had a meeting. So
Oh, okay.
John Franco and I think Don were talking about them not coming this time because there wasn't any new information.
Okay. Well, then we will look forward to seeing them sometime soon in the future. Next, then we will have public comments. So we have received 143 written comments. Board members appreciate your comments and thank each and every one of you for taking the time to share your thoughts with us. We had 4 comments that were removed for violating board policy regarding complaints against specific staff members. If members of the public have complaints about a specific staff member, they can follow policy KL for filing a formal complaint with the employee supervisor or with human resources. For our folks who are here with us tonight to give Zoom testimony, thank you for attending the school board meeting. We are truly grateful for your presence and the opportunity to receive your input. One of our district's greatest strengths is community involvement. As we know, your involvement comes from a place of caring for our students, families, community, and staff. Please know that board members do not respond directly to testimony, but we are paying close attention to your comments. We know it can be difficult to testify in public, but we are sincerely interested in hearing your comments and concerns. We ask that all present model respectful behavior to provide an open space in which a variety of viewpoints and perspectives can be shared. With that in mind, here's a few guidelines. Our comments do not allow for the specific naming of school personnel. Personnel matters should be dealt with either through the complaint process or by contacting a principal or central office staff member. If a school personnel is named during a comment period, I will stop your comments and ask you to refrain from naming the person. If it occurs a second time, you will be asked to end your comments. Comments must be relevant to our current board agenda. If you are speaking on a different subject, you will receive a warning. If a commenter continues to deviate from the board's topic, they will be muted and their testimony ended. If you have not spoken directly to a subject on the board agenda tonight, within 30 seconds of beginning your testimony, I will stop and ask that you speak to an issue on the agenda or end your testimony. Everyone has 2 minutes to provide testimony to the board. A timer will be set and will go off at the 2-minute mark. If you continue talking beyond the 2 minutes, I will ask you to end your comments. To ensure fair treatment for all commenters, this will be enforced uniformly, regardless of the subject matter, point of view, or whether you have finished your prepared comments. I understand it can be difficult to provide comments within this shortened time period and recommend that any comments you did not have time to provide orally be sent to the board in an email or paper form. Thank you again for joining us tonight. We're looking forward to hearing your comments. And, for our folks here tonight, it would be great if you could open your comments just by identifying yourself and what school you're connected to or what part of the community. That's always helpful for us. So without further, let me get my timer set up so we can do this right. And I believe our first person is Marlo McIlrath. Marlo, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, let me know when you're ready to start and I'll get the timer set.
Great. Hello, I'm ready to start. My name is Marlo McIlrath, Superintendent Grotting and School Board. Thank you for allowing me to be back. I'm a general pediatrician for OHSU and have been in the community as a pediatrician for 22 years now here in Beaverton. So I'm speaking about COVID policy and COVID pandemic. And I wanted to kind of give you guys a little update since I spoke to the board 2 years ago. That what I've been seeing here in the community and the impacts I've seen on particularly teenagers and high schoolers here. The increases in anxiety, depression, mental health, behavioral health has been staggering. It's been quite difficult for families to deal with, online school, hybrid school, all that. The worries about school performance, about education, about how to get through all of this, as you, I'm sure, know with kids of your own as well in school. This, as healthcare providers, we're trying to do our best to get them through the pandemic and to encourage their school performance and their mental health. So I know that your decisions as school board, as superintendent, as teachers are incredibly difficult right now because you have very little data, sometimes data on the fly, right? Also, it's difficult to make a difference in something as huge as a pandemic. I would like you to consider tonight something that we can do today to make a change for next year. And that is, I would like you to consider a resolution to start high school start times later next year to 8:30. And let me.
Marlo, you can send us the rest of your comments in
Okay.
writing. We do read them.
And I did, so thanks.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay, next we have Laura Myers.
Hi, Tom. Thank you. I'm here.
Okay. Let me know whenever you're ready.
Okay, let's start.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm an elementary and middle school parent and member of SaveOregonSchools.org. Tonight, I'm speaking about the mental health of our students and teachers. At a time when students are coming to school with more needs than ever before, this district is prioritizing controversial topics rather than reading, writing, and math. This month, the principal at Errol Hassel, my child's elementary school, created a 21-day social justice challenge. When a parent asked if he could attend the Zoom lessons, the principal responded that he could not because these topics were sensitive and delicate. Those are her exact words. Controversial topics are not to be taught in public schools, especially in kindergarten through 5th graders. This district continues to create a lack of transparency and a culture of secrecy. This is stressful for children, parents, and for teachers. Like we've heard before, teachers need less stress. They're a valuable resource that we need, and I've listened to many teachers and union leadership share at previous board meetings about the ridiculous amount of stress that they're under this year, and I'm tired of watching BSD board members and school leadership just smile and nod politely when these teachers are begging for support. The board and leadership seem to be completely detached from the actual reality in our classrooms. I ask you, BSD board, to be present and in person in our classrooms. You need to see in real life what teachers are dealing with. You need to lessen the teacher workload by getting rid of this controversial garbage. I beg you to preserve the mental health of our teachers and staff and stop forcing teachers to teach controversial topics and focus on reading, writing, and math. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Okay. Next, we will hear from Bambi Russell. Bambi, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Let me know when you want to start.
Okay. Okay, I'm ready to start.
Okay, great.
My name's Bambi and my daughter goes to Rolling Hill School. So I'm a parent of a 4th grader who had some 5th grade students come into her classroom and do a presentation on an LGBTQ club. My daughter was asked to sign up and she did because everybody was doing it and she thought that that's what she should do. I then became aware of email conversations back and forth between the principal and other school officials dating back to November of last year. The emails show this club being planned out and how to go around needing parents' permission. These meetings are taking place during the school day, and per the emails, that was one of the ways to be able to get around parents needing to approve it. The emails instruct transparency, but only if a parent asks. Nothing came home with my daughter, or was sent to me from the school explaining such a presentation was going to take place in the classroom. I was not given the opportunity to opt her out. Last year, my daughter struggled a lot online, and I asked the principal for help. After asking the teacher multiple times and just being told to do the best we can, the principal said there really isn't anything that she can do for me, and she emailed me a list of tutors that I could pay for. I'm very disappointed that the request for my educational support was dismissed, yet I was left in the dark about her being exposed to a very inappropriate for her age presentation, which feels more like her being groomed and recruited by older students. And now I didn't send my daughter to school today, and I didn't plan to until I had a conversation with the principal. And I did that today. And again, I was dismissed, and she downplayed the severity of the incident. And that's it.
Okay. Thank you, Bambi.
Thank you.
Next, we will hear from Sarah Davidson. Sarah, are you there?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Let me know when you want to start.
I'm ready to start right now.
Okay, great.
Well, hello. My name is Sarah Davidson. As you said, I'm a Beaverton School District community member, and I'm with a group also called SaveOregonSchools.org, and I'll be discussing Raleigh Hills Elementary and COVID-19. Now, this is really hard for me to talk about, but I would like to speak about a general lack of transparency in the Beaverton School District. And one example is one that you just heard about the LGBTQ club, which was formed at Raleigh Hills Elementary School without any parental input or consent. Now, I want to know, why weren't parents told about this club? Why were the children asked to sign up at a club without getting parents' permission first? These kids are far too young to be learning about this subject at school. They should be learning about different lifestyles with their parents, as is their right. It seems very inappropriate to me, and I would advise you to look into it, since I'm sure this is not the last you will be hearing about this subject. Another example of the lack of transparency, which you have heard about, is the 21-day social justice challenge, which was being conducted at Errol Hassel Elementary. Now, a parent was asked if they could be involved or sit in during the challenge or the course. They were denied access. Now that distance learning has come back, they have paused that challenge so they can further keep parents in the dark. And this feels wrong, because it is. Parents have a right to be involved in their children's education and to protect them from potentially damaging challenges out there. Now, in closing, I would love to urge this board to push back against ridiculous mask mandates in school and social distancing, because the Omicron variant is very highly contagious, but it's also very mild, especially for children if they catch it. Children need to breathe properly, and they do not need bacteria-covered masks rubbing against their faces constantly. They need to see faces in order to learn proper communication skills. And I would like to remind you that distance learning is harmful, not helpful for children. So please keep them in in-person schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay. And I just want to stop for a second. Bambi, when you gave your testimony earlier, I probably should have stopped you. When we're naming individual school employees, that's not appropriate for our testimony.
I didn't name any employees.
Yeah, you mentioned a staff member by their role and makes them identifiable. So I didn't stop you at the time, but I just wanted to put there for the record that I probably should have. And just to make sure going forward, if somebody gets stopped, I wanted to make sure that folks knew that and weren't surprised by that.
Okay, I didn't realize that we were going to be saying our names and the school that we attended, so I didn't know that the principal was going to be obvious. I've never done this before.
It's okay.
Okay.
I'm just trying to set the record straight so somebody in the future doesn't get surprised by me. So
okay. All right.
Don't worry about it.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. So next we have Aaron Herrick.
Hello, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
I can, yeah. Let me know when you want to start.
Okay, I'm ready.
Great.
Hello, school board members. Thank you for having me this evening. My name is Erin Herrick, and I'm a concerned community member. I'm also a member of the group SaveOregonSchools.org. Transparency is a virtue for all public institutions, especially those that have influence over children. It is vital to create a culture of transparency, but that is not what we're seeing in the Beaverton School District. The Beaverton School District lacks transparency and has become a culture of secrecy. One example is what has been mentioned is the LGBTQ club, which was formed at the Raleigh Hills Elementary School without parental input or consent. Why would this school or the school district purposely hide this from parents? Why would they have these elementary children sign contracts without parental knowledge or consent? What are the true motives behind the school hiding this club from the parents? The Raleigh Hills parents deserve to know all groups offered to students and give consent before having an adult-led school-affiliated group. I implore all of you to switch from this culture of secrecy to a model that balances the needs for a robust curriculum and parental rights. These are our children, the children of the future. And research proves that parental involvement leads to a greater achievement socially, emotionally, and academically. And as a result, I'm requesting that you amend the Parental Rights Board policy to 1, require notification to parents before approaching minor students to learn or join any student or affinity group. 2, require parental consent to sign any minor student up for any student or affinity group. And 3, establish a simple and clear process for parents to request copies of or access to review any information discussed or presented to their minor children as part of any of these groups. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Erin. Okay, next we have Nancy Robinson. Nancy, are you here?
Yes, I am. Thanks.
Okay, let me know when you're ready to start.
Okay, I'm good. So this is about mental health and comment on the Raleigh Hills. So first of all, I have a 4th grader myself, and the Raleigh Hills thing is very disturbing. But now, secondly, I wanted to touch on a video that was shown in my son's class called Dear White People. It confused me because of the district's strong anti-racist and inclusion policy. No matter what the learning target, this video is very offensive and racist. What concerned me about it was that it felt like it was okay to show just because she was talking about the white race. I hope that this isn't the case with the district. In her poem, if you replace the word white with any other race, like Mexican, Asian, or Black, I have no doubt that it would have been seen as too offensive and racist to show. I think that it's great that we're looking at equity and inclusion, but there are instances where both aspects have been selective. Because of the very definition of the words, it has to be all or nothing. If we are not fully inclusive, we are not inclusive at all. The same thing goes with diversity. I also think it's great that teachers are concerned about these topics, but the problem is that some are overstepping and it's heavily one-sided. And the problem with that is, if we don't see the other side, we will never be able to fix the problem. To really fix it, we need to look at the whole picture. So for example, if there's a video of one person of a race showing all her grievances against another race, there should be another video of someone from the same race showing the opposite. And in this case, I've heard plenty of both. It can't be one-sided. And even if you push and push and push one side of a narrative, the problems will still persist. When I was just out of college, I fell into the same path where I just soaked up this narrative, and it held me back for a long time. And I mention this because this one-sided narrative was the same then as it's taught now. And here we are with the same problems. They aren't working. We need to work together and look at the whole picture. And this is what I'm asking of the district, is that we promote looking at the whole picture equally, all sides, and not have it so one-sided. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Next, we have Jeanette Shada. Jeanette, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, let me know when you're ready to start.
Let me get there we go. Okay, I am talking tonight on the Raleigh Health situation. I had a parent inform me of the situation. I very quickly did a public records request in which I was able to discover that the school personnel or district personnel combined were working together to make this club secretive and hidden from parents. And they even inquired from district council, in which district council also stated that if it's held during the school day, non-instructional hours to where it's not after school, that parents do not need to be informed. For 4th and 5th grade students, this is absolutely appalling. Parents should absolutely be informed. And as the other parent stated, the KAB board policy for parents' rights does need to be adjusted to where parents are informed by written form that they need to sign that kids who want to join a club, such as this type of club, should have written permission from their parent. Parents need to know what is going on in their child's school and in their classroom every single day. That is their right. They are the number one teacher. Also, according to the Equal Access Act, it says the EAA only applies to public secondary schools as defined by state law. In most states, that would be grades 9 through 12. In no state does the EAA apply to public elementary schools. This distinction is essential since young children clearly are not able to form and run student clubs without the aid of student staff. You cannot tell me that Raleigh Hills is being run, this club is being run by students. This club is very clearly directed by staff, and it is clear on which staff are directing this club. Just go look at the emails that I posted all over from the public records request in which I have obtained. It is all over Facebook. I will continue to expose this. It is not about the club itself. It is about the fact that the Beaverton School District is
up. Your time is up. Thank you. And I'm sorry, folks, we really got to respect that time limit. It's important that we treat everybody equally. Okay. Alyssa Budress. Alyssa, are you there?
I'm here. Hi.
Great. Thank you. Let me know when you want to get started.
I can go.
Great.
My name is Elisa Budress. I'm here to speak to my support of the Queer Straight Alliance at Raleigh Hills. I have 8th and 5th graders actually at Raleigh Hills, and we've been at the school for the last 9 years. When I attended school board meetings a couple of years ago when we were still in person, we were imploring the board to keep the Raleigh Hills a K-8 school, and I referenced the wonderful community of students and teachers and families. I spoke to the leadership and mentorship that is fostered by having a range of ages within the same campus. The word pride is a gross understatement for how I felt when I heard that the middle schoolers had started a QSA, a safe, welcoming space for all in their community. My middle schooler has been an active participant in it all year. She found confidence in taking on a leadership role within the QSA, while she typically does not feel comfortable talking in a larger group. Some folks in Beaverton and beyond are against such a club. If students came forward and asked to start a video game club or a chess club, would they be upset? They didn't get parental consent? I think it's that they're maybe homophobic, transphobic, queerphobic. I don't know what it is, but I do have to question their logic and morality. I am beyond grateful to know that the counselors and teachers and administrators at Raleigh Hills supported the students in what can be, but should not be, a controversial club. I can't help but think about all of the kids who are hiding, made to feel ashamed if they're not supported at home, much less questioning their sexuality. When my 5th grader came home and said she and her classmates were being given the opportunity to learn more and have their own LGBTQIA2S+ space, her pride as an ally, not to mention just her generally inclusive, supportive, and encouraging nature, was on full display. My family will continue to use our energy to show up for those who have no voice and for those who are marginalized. We will not stop showing up because we want to change the hearts and minds of those who don't understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Alyssa. Next, we have Jessica Pierce. Jessica, are you here?
I super am.
Wait, can I throw something out?
No.
Tom, I'm surprised you have not stopped her when she called people against a QSA transphobic home.
I'm sorry, can somebody please mute? We need to keep order here. When somebody is speaking, we're going to go in the order that the folks have signed up for. If you have something that you would like to tell us during your comment time, we're happy to hear it. And we've got 2 minutes available for everybody, but I can't have folks coming up and speaking when it's not their time. So I apologize for that, but those are the way we're going to have to keep order here. So next we have Jessica Pierce. Jessica, are you ready to speak?
I am. And thank you, Jeff. This is my time and I'm going to claim it. All right. Thank you. My 2 minutes will start now. If you would like to put my video on, I'd appreciate it because I would like my face right here.
I don't know if I control your video.
Oh, there we go. It's coming.
Okay. Okay.
Good
Let me
evening.
know when you're ready.
Oh, I'm so ready.
Okay.
Thank you. As a Raleigh Hills parent of a 2nd and 5th grader, I am so inspired by and proud of the students at Raleigh Hills who have led the way for a Queer Straight Alliance at the 4th and 5th grade levels. My 5th grader is one of the founders and is here with me tonight, and I am glowing with pride. Not only is this their legally protected right, this is a beautiful and necessary identity affirming community that offers a safe space for students to ask critical questions and learn about each other as whole human beings. There are reams of research that show that when we lift up and validate the journeys and identities of LGBTQI2S+ kids as early as possible, they are able to thrive. And isn't that what we want for our children? We are so lucky to have such brave and curious children who want to learn with and from each other and who want to do this essential, radical, loving work right now. We have a moral and ethical responsibility to move beyond vague statements of tolerance and take direct actions that show we embrace all of who our children are, including their gender and sexuality identities. It is never too early to do this work, never. The elementary level QSA at our age offers all 4th and 5th grade students the voluntary opportunity to connect with each other from positions of dignity and respect. I'm eternally grateful to the staff at Raleigh Hills who truly listened to students who expressed the need for more community and then responded with love and affirmation and action. When queer kids thrive, all kids thrive. As adults, we can all learn something from these courageous and loving young people. I am grateful for their strength and vision, and I cannot wait to see where they lead us next. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Next, we have Steve. Says Steve, BSD parent. Steve, are you here?
Chair Collette, I don't believe we ever had anybody log in with that identifier.
Okay. Makiko Hoff. Makiko, are you here?
Yes, I am. Hang on.
Okay, let me know when you're ready to start.
Okay, I'm ready. Okay, hi, my name is Makiko Hoff, and I'm a parent of a student in the district and a member of Safe Oregon Schools. I'd like to speak about the COVID quarantine protocol the district puts out because it's not only confusing, but also does not make sense. If a student was in close contact with a COVID positive or presumptive positive case, if he is not jabbed, he has to quarantine, even though he's not showing any symptoms. But if he's jabbed, he doesn't have to be quarantined. It needs more explanation because the current and dominant COVID variant is infecting anybody, regardless of the vaccination status. So why does the district see the need to discriminate against the students based on their personal medical decision? Also, if you keep imposing masks, please show convincing data that compares with the no mask mandate school district in the country. As a parent, I would appreciate transparency as you make decisions that affect over 30,000 students' everyday life. Speaking of transparency, the LGBTQ grooming club at Raleigh Hills Elementary School needs to be thoroughly investigated. I don't believe in public shaming, but those teachers and officials need to be identified and never to be able to work with children as they showed a complete lack of judgment and broke the trust from the students and parents. Trying to figure out a way to not inform the parents to prey upon and manipulate children's minds is what pedophiles do. If the district at every level tries to be transparent to the parents, students, and community members, we can save each other all kinds of trouble. We all want our students to have good education in a safe environment in our schools, and this culture of secrecy in this district has been a major issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Makiko. Next, we will hear from Nancy Noriega. Nancy, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, let me know when you're ready to start.
Yeah, I'm ready. I don't know. I cannot get the video going, but I can start.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Ready.
Okay.
Ready?
Great.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
My name is Nancy and have children in the BSD district. I see that BSD is looking to approve their behavior, health, and wellness team. So now I'm curious, what are these social workers, teachers, and admin members willing to accomplish? Are you creating these teams to indoctrinate and abuse more kids by introducing more queer, straight alliance clubs to 9-year-old children? Just as you have done at Raleigh Hills? Yes, a club for 9 years old where they will explore their sexuality, At 9 years old, children play with their toys and they're not thinking about having sex with another children. A 9-year-old child is clearly not able to form nor run student clubs without the aid of school staff. There is no way a 9-year-old child suggested such a club and the name QSA without being groomed by teachers and social workers in schools. Under the guise of a social worker and teachers, activists created this club while children are told not to tell their parents. I look forward in hearing from Raleigh Hills today when they will talk about having a caring and safe environment. What about creating a math, reading, and English tutoring team instead of a behavioral health and wellness team? Maybe in such teams, kids will learn something useful and might increase their testing scores. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So next we have Jeff Myers. Jeff, let me know when you're ready.
I am here and I am ready.
Great.
So I'm going to pivot. I'll email you my comments. I'll just say what I was going to say before. I am appalled. I think it's ridiculous that you had somebody else on here, Alicia, who called those people who are speaking against and sharing their valid concerns about approaching kids to being a QSA without having the parents in the know and purposely going around the parents. And for that person to call those people transphobic and homophobic, and I forget all she said. And Tom, you didn't stop her. You didn't say anything, but you went after somebody else for saying.
Jeff, we need to stop.
Yeah, it's my 2 minutes, buddy.
You can't call out individuals, including a board member. So
okay, so whoever stopped her or did not stop her for saying what she said about these people, but for somebody else get called out for mentioning principal of a school, I'm sorry, but like, what kind of rules do we have here? I'd love you to answer that as to why you didn't stop that, but mentioning principal at Raleigh Hills was naming someone.
Are you finished with? Okay. I want to remind folks that this isn't an open forum, right? So this isn't a place where we're going to be engaging folks. Different folks are coming here to testify, to engage each other in conversation. We are here as a board to receive your information. We don't give replies tonight. That's not part of how public comments work, but we do listen to what you're saying and we appreciate it. So with that in mind, then our next commenter is Sarah Smith. Sarah, are you here?
All right, I'm working on it. There we go. Okay. All right, ready, go. As community members and parents, we must know what is happening. Demand open and honest conversations, information, and a voice in our schools. LSE and Site Council has been removed, and they expect PTOs to be the go-between the community and the school, not their jobs. You seek a bond when you are surveying the community to figure out what you need to say to manipulate them into voting yes. What about the needs of the students, teachers, and facilities and assessing your funding, which is greater than many other districts with less are getting better results. You waste millions on outside consultants and programs that are overpriced, unnecessary, and are indoctrination and manipulation instead of fundamental. You continue to have programs without parent knowledge or support, such as the Raleigh Hills Club, pulling parent volunteers, keeping parents from curriculum or in classroom to view what is being taught under the pretense of what you say is a safe environment. The idea that you know better than the parent and that separating the parent from the child and telling them that you are a safe place, inferring the parent is not, is actually illegal based on the ODE sexual targeting under grooming. This is wrong and is not supported. There are many opinions surrounding this. Stop putting in opinions and start educating. Stop trying to indoctrinate and center on math, writing, reading, and critical thinking. I want to address the community since the school board has stopped listening. Stop supporting the school public system and writing them blank checks with bonds until they show equity means meeting education needs from low-level learners to tag students without political and social indoctrination. To my community, demand to be heard and go to safeoregonschools.org and learn how you can be better informed in the facts the district and the news aren't giving you. Raleigh Hills, I look forward to your explanation tonight. Please bring back community input. We have got to have that again. and I'm so sorry to see it gone. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, I think that will conclude our comments for the evening. Next up, we have the superintendent report. Don, are you ready to give your report to us all?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Collette, members of the board, community staff, students out there. It's great to be here with you tonight in these difficult times. I want to talk what's probably first and foremost on everyone's mind, and that has to do with our comprehensive distance learning and our limited in-person instruction. In reviewing some of the information, just to let you know, over the past 4 days, Oregon has had an increase in about 28,000 new cases, and about 4,000 of those cases were in Washington County. And I once again want to call out the specific and extraordinary efforts of our staff. You heard from some of our nurses. It doesn't stop with our nurses, our teachers, our classified folks, bus drivers, nutrition workers, anybody that's here to support students have gone above and beyond. As you know, there's a significant staffing shortage, not only in the Beaverton School District, but throughout. And just some examples, we have teachers who have not had a prep in a long time because they're covering other folks' class in order to keep our schools open. We have people working overtime, people doing different jobs that they're not used to, but they're all doing it for one thing, and that's for the kids, and trying to keep our schools open for our students. And as a superintendent, I want to tell you, the last thing I want to do is transition a classroom and or a school to temporary remote learning. I did not take that lightly. I work with a team of our cabinet, of other central office folks who are talking to their principals and talking to others. So whenever we have to do that, we do not take that lightly. I do not take that lightly. I know how important it is for our students to be in front of an educator, a teacher, but also our support staff, and that personal desire to make sure that those relationships are built. Also, we want to talk a little bit about, and you'll hear a little bit later from our central office staff, how do we decide when we're going to transition a school to temporary remote learning? It's not done on just one criteria. There's many criteria. We look at staff absences. We look at student absences. We look at trend data. We look at isolation cases. We look at quarantine cases. There's many aspects to this, and we don't just always just look at one. There's just not this bar. We also look at some of the trend data of that school. And so once again, later tonight, you're going to hear from folks that are closer to that work and really monitoring the data and going through that. And it'll be a chance and an opportunity, I think, for you to hear all of the things that we're trying to do, we're trying to consider in trying to keep our students and staff safe. And once again, whether it's around masking rules or social distancing rules, quarantine, the number of days that students are kept in isolation, we continue to follow the guidance from the Oregon Health Authority. We can continue to follow the guidance from the Department of Education. And we'll continue to monitor and adjust any of those changes relating to schools. But I just wanted, I think this board also knows, and I think they have the same philosophy. The last thing we want to do is transition a school to temporary remote learning. However, when you start getting upwards of 30 to 40% of a student population that is having an outbreak, that is one consideration. Another consideration has to do with around absences. Last Friday, we had over 815 absences, and a lot of those positions remain unfilled. And I praised our staff, and we barely hung on that day to keep our schools open. And it was because of those extraordinary efforts of our staff. So I'm convinced that our staff, they want these students in school safely, and students want to be there. I believe the best place for our students is to be, if at all possible, is in our school. The second thing, I'm going to try to keep it short tonight because I know we have lots of things. I just want to take this opportunity to recognize our school board. January is School Board Recognition Month in both our nation and in this state. And what I would say is never before have school boards been so instrumental in governing, guiding, creating policy due to COVID-19 and other issues impacting our students, family, and staff. As unpaid elected officials, and I want to say that, unpaid elected officials, you have sacrificed your time, your energy, and other resources to ensure the students, families, and staff of the Beaverton School District are well served. And these extremely difficult times bring out each of your leadership capabilities. I know each and every one of you, both professionally, but I also know you as friends, and I know your heart's in the right place. And often there are no easy choices here. There are no right choices for everyone. But I do know that what you try to do is to do the best and what's best for kids, all staff, all families out there. So the decisions, once again, you make, they're often not popular. They're not popular with everybody. But you are in those elected. You ran for the office and you won. And everybody has a chance to run for the office. And I would say if there are a lot of folks out there, you know, that you won, I would encourage you to run for a school board office. But also know that there comes a great responsibility. Your leadership and commitment to our kids is truly remarkable. One only has to look around our state or around other nation to see other school boards struggling with cohesiveness and respect for the office and mission of a well-functioning school board. On behalf of the entire staff, community, students, I want to thank each and every one of you for choosing to do what you're doing, be a school board member in this incredibly difficult times. I've never seen anything like it. And once again, you're not getting paid to do this. Each and every one of you putting in hundreds of hours every year. And, you know, it's unbelievable, your commitment to kids. So thank you for all you do, and just appreciate you. I wish I'll buy you all new cars or do something for you. Buy you a new purse, Donna, a different purse. I wish I could do something for you, but you know what? You don't ask for anything. And but people should, I'm serious, people should know what school board members do and the time you take. And you know, you've heard, I believe we had over 100 comments. And when you read those comments, they're everywhere. They're everywhere. Whether it's regarding equity issues, student achievement issues, curriculum, we can pick about any topic, COVID, mask wearing, not wearing. And they're not always popular decisions, but you make them. And so you have remarkable courage. That's what I'll say. And I think that's what it is right now, is courage. So thank you. That's all I have, Chair Collette.
Thanks, Don. Happy School Board Month to all the school board members. Okay, well, I am excited. We've got some school reports tonight. I have to confess, this is one of my favorite parts of the agenda, is getting to hear from our principals about what's going on directly in our schools. And we've got two amazing principals, principals that I, in my time as a board member, have looked up to for their amazing leadership. Jennifer DiMartino from Raleigh Hills and Brian Perenboom from Whitford. We'll start with Jennifer. Jennifer, are you ready to speak to the board tonight?
I am ready. And I just want to echo Dawn's sentiments. I just appreciate the school board, especially in this School Board Appreciation Month. I know how much time you give of your own family time to be here and to do what you do for our students, and so much appreciated. Just want to start off saying that. And I also want to say, given that Raleigh Hills was a topic earlier, that I'm just very, very proud that we are a school where student voices are centered and that our students feel comfortable enough to advocate for themselves. So I want to start off just my board report by saying that at our school, we have invested a lot of time in learning a social emotional strategy framework called Ruler. And it's out of the Yale Center for Emotional Intelligence. And one of the things that we do is we create a staff charter. We talk about how we want to feel at school, and then we create some positive actions that we're going to take in order to feel that way. And we have decided we want to feel joyful, connected, and respected. And so I'm hoping that you will feel the joy and connection in what I'm going to share with you tonight. So Raleigh Hills is a small school, and we seem to be getting smaller. As was mentioned, we are a K-8 school currently, but we are transitioning to become a K-5, and we have 2 more years until our middle school portion of the program will not be here. We are about 351 students, 48% free and reduced lunch, and we have 15 languages spoken here. And one of the things I'm super proud of is that we are a school that's all about establishing positive relationships with students. In fact, last year, part of our school improvement plan was to try to get each teacher, each staff member to get 10 positive connections with our students. And we were able to do that. And that relationship building that we invested in the time that kids were out of school last year has really paid dividends this year. So we're seeing the fruits of our labors. I want to talk about this year's school improvement plan and just highlight one portion of it, which is our collaboration goal. I was able to schedule into our schedule of the day 1 hour for collaboration time. So each grade level team takes a turn, they rotate through, and they're able to get together with their first collaboration time of the month. They get about 2. Their first collaboration time of the month is with me and the BH&W team. And their second collaboration time of the month is with the ELD teachers and our math coach. Because what we've seen is that our students who are learning English as a second language need an extra boost, and our teachers are really grateful to have that time to collaborate with the ELD teachers. And during that time, they support things like building up strategies for academic language in their classrooms, especially in math. And then they also try to find ways to increase student talk, because we know that the more opportunities that students get to talk in a safe environment for them that feels less risk taking, the better and more quickly they learn English. So that when they work with me and the BH&W team, we're able to do some things that we just don't have time to do during the school day. So for example, we've done lesson studies where we take our lessons and we make sure that those ruler skills and strategies that we're learning, or our social emotional strategies, are embedded in the lessons. Or we've taken lessons and looked at them for cultural relevancy to make sure that we're making sure all of our student voices are represented in the classroom. We sometimes look at big picture data of the school to determine what next steps we need to take for groups of students within our classrooms. And in this next round, we'll be studying some formative assessment data for math along the addition subtraction strand, so we can kind of get a picture of how our school is doing with just that addition and subtraction strand across the whole school. So we'll look at it at grade level, and then we'll look at it vertically across the entire school. And then what we learned there really drives our PD. So that's a little bit about our collaboration goal. And I hope you can see that it really affects all of the rest of the goals on our school improvement plan, because we're able to talk about our math, we're able to talk about our anti-bias, anti-racism work that continues to go on at Raleigh Hills. And then I would be remiss if I didn't just give one final plug for our BH&W team. I want to thank the school board for your continued dedication to helping us keep having a full-time student success coach and a full-time social worker in the schools is just invaluable at this time. We know our students need that social emotional support. And I'll just give you one example of what we were able to do because of how well our behavioral health and wellness team is functioning. We know that students are going out for quarantine, and Friday we started to think, oh my gosh, there are so many kids that aren't going to have access to meals while they're on quarantine. So our team rallied, and with the fantastic support of our wonderful, wonderful PTO and some of our community partnerships, like with the Sunshine Division, we were able to get food on a quick turnaround one day, food to all of our families who might have needed that little bit of extra assistance. So we really believe in those wraparound services, and I want to thank you so much for your continued support of that program. And that's what I have for you.
Questions for Principal DiMartino? I see. Oh, Susan.
I'm sorry for not raising my hand officially. First of all, I just want to thank you. I think, and I also just want to remark on giving students the opportunity to have their voices and advocate for themselves. And I think that's so important. I'm glad it's starting in elementary school in terms of students being able to advocate for themselves. So I just wanted to thank you more than anything for that opportunity. And I also just, more than anything in terms of, I don't really have any questions. It's just more of a comment to say how much I appreciate what you and your teachers, what your team, your behavioral team has done, what behavior and wellness team has done to help the students at your school and to keep them safe. And I'm sure you're doing the same for teachers. So I just wanted to thank you.
Thank you. We could do without the support of our cabinet and our school board.
Karen. And then Ugana.
Hi, Jennifer. Good evening. I wanted to thank you for such a well-written, like the key strategies on like academic areas that you have in your school improvement plan. And it's just so detailed, and seeing how you're focusing on the math. I'm wondering, how many years have you been doing the focus on math?
This is our first year with the focus on math. This is my third year as the principal at Raleigh Hills, and each one of which has been touched by COVID in some way. So we're really doing our best on the academics, but math, this is our first year completely focusing on math.
Okay, and I noticed it was really helpful to have you describe the collaborative piece of it and how you're including the multilingual learners and just from various aspects, and your understanding of their needs is great for you to describe. It was easier for me to understand when you described it than when I had several questions for when I read it, but when you described it, I was like, right on, this is amazing work that you're doing with your team. And then I was looking at the, sorry, like, which page is that on? Sorry, I gotta turn one more page. I have to get it on paper, otherwise I can't do it as well.
You and me both.
I wanted to congratulate you too on your 95%, like how you're improved over the last 3 years. You said how your teachers are reporting, how they're contribute. They say teachers and staff reporting, they contribute to school decision making and being a part of your team. And you have a really high percentage of your teachers. So I think that's amazing, speaks to the work that you're doing with collaboration with them. And then also, I appreciated seeing the decrease, a huge decrease in the expulsions and suspensions in your students over the last 3 years. We know that COVID has impacted last year, but it just continue to see that decrease. And then also, Oregon Department of Education, Oregon ODE says that we want to make sure that our all students belong policy, and that we have that policy as well, that all students feel safe and included in our schools, and that they have spaces free of discrimination based on perceived race, color, religion, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability, or national origin, or without them having fear within our schools of hatred, racism, or violence. And I see that you're putting pieces in place at your school that goes along with our board policy as well as our state policy. So thank you for that work.
Thank you.
Ugana?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jennifer, for the presentation. I want to appreciate the work that you have done with the collaboration time, offering more support to students that need it. That is well appreciated. And I just want to chime on what Karen said about the suspension, number of students missing days due to suspension. And I want to appreciate that that number has come down. And we know that it was impacted by COVID. I'm just wondering, I don't know if you can answer that question. I'm just wondering, because I see that it went from 17 to 12, and then now it's 1. Is there a stats that can show us the background of the students who were suspended, maybe by school or by race? Or economical disadvantage to them. I want to have a clue of what suspension looks like in your school, and some of the stats around the students that have been suspended historically. I'm just curious to have that data. Overall, this is fantastic. Thank you for the good work that you're doing. I just want to put it out there that these are tough times. Most of our students are dealing with mental health issues, and I hope that suspension rates would go down when we appreciate that mental health issues can be reflected in so many ways, so we don't discipline our students unnecessarily when we have to be helping them. So overall, thank you. But just consider what I said about the stats in case these numbers go up in the future. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll just put in here, Ugana, the stats that are reported out by the schools are actually set by like Ginny and the board and folks. So the level of detail you're talking about, I think, would be kind of like a cabinet level decision, and then the principals, based on what we're asking for, provide us with that data. So I hear your question, and I'm wondering if that might be a conversation with like Jenny or Dawn or somebody at that level to see what we can do to drill down on some of that information. Because I don't know if our principal would be able to directly answer that. That's why I'm interjecting here.
I thought as much, and that's why I said I don't know if she's able to do that, but I just have to put it out there. Thank you.
Absolutely. Other questions for Principal DiMartino? Okay, great. I think next up we'll have Principal Perryboom.
Good evening, everyone. How are you doing today? Good. First of all, I want to say thank you to the school board. Difficult job these times. I appreciate what you do. As Dawn said, an unpaid position, and just difficult times right now. I also want to say hello to Janelle. Hi, Janelle. I don't know if you're still here. You were a Whitford student. We're so proud of you. I remember reading your Let's Peer Up and getting you moving on that. So I'm so excited to see you on that one. And I also want to give a shout out to all of our school nurses. Wow. Yeah, they're doing an incredible job. Their hair's on fire. They're working as hard as they can. And I work with ours daily. And she works with 2 other schools as well. So Those are the three things I want to speak of right away. Let's get on to Whitford. We've always said that Whitford is a safe place, both physically and emotionally, for kids. We also have high expectations. We're known for being welcoming and accepting of all students and families. Whitford's enrollment has stayed consistent, hovering around 730 students for the past 5 years. But with the addition of the 6th graders from Raleigh Hills, we're now hovering right around 775. This is the first year since I've been here in 2014. We are no longer the smallest comprehensive middle school. 51% of our student body is economically disadvantaged. Our racial demographics are kind of as follows. Caucasian 42%, Latinx 42%, even split there. Multiracial 8%, Asian 6%, Black 3%, and Native American 1%. Within our school, we have an ISC, SRC, and an EGC special education program, as well as an upgrade program, which I'll talk a little bit more when we come to our big successes. In the upgrade program, we have about 40 students. We also continue to have our SUMA program, which now encompasses Mountain View, Conestoga, Highland Park, and Whitford with 120 students. And we have a dual language program that's growing every day. We're currently sitting at about 140 students in that program with a direct feeder from Vos Elementary School. This year, 3 years was very different. Last year was very different. And this year again is quite different. I want to start with some challenges that we faced right off the bat. We've looked at our attendance rates, and our Latinx students are at a much lower rate than the rest of our populations. Some things we've done this year to hopefully eliminate that or raise that population. Number one, we have students that are in our upgrade program, which is intended for students who are possibly on a track for dropping out in high school. And I'll be sharing a little bit more data about their attendance rate coming up. I'm just going to say Irma, our bilingual liaison, is absolutely amazing. She makes every phone call. She helps out. We have 10 to 12 staff members who speak Spanish, which is helping. We had an ice cream social at the beginning of the year where students were able to come in. One of the biggest things we did was we had some of our Spanish speaking staff members with parents signing up for Parent Square, because that was our communication style. And I think that's really helped. Another challenge is, I'm just going to say, adjusting to the middle school schedule. Our teachers were used to teaming, whether it be a group of 3. This year, it's a lack of teaming. Their plan times are all over the day, and it's difficult for them to meet besides that first hour of the day. I want to commend our district in their forethought when it comes to some of the ESSER money that we were able to use. We were able to have academic coaches this year. And what those academic coaches have done in this area is they've allowed for better collaboration time and for teaming. So they actually will sit in and substitute while teachers can plan and teachers can meet until we figure out a better system through the school year and into next year about how to do that more effectively. Another challenge is kind of an increased passing periods. We know that with the new middle school schedule of 8 periods a day, students are in the halls a little bit more. We converted some money from an IA position into a campus monitor. I want to say I wasn't a big fan of a campus monitor. I never want a school to feel like a prison, but I will say that we hired the right person, and that's really making a difference. And our students are trusting this person, and it's really helping our situation. I just want to commend our staff. Our staff has absolutely stepped up to the plate when it comes to supervision in the hallways. If they're on a planned period, they're still out in the hallway, watching kids' behaviors. Another big shout out to our ESSER funds. We were able to secure a 3rd counselor, a full-time social worker, a student support specialist, and our academic coaches. It is without these positions, we would be nowhere near where we are today, which is, I'm not going to say thriving yet, I'm going to say surviving, but we're on the cusp of that. I've been really worried about finding reliable data because we haven't really had any standardized testing the last couple of years. We knew we were going to have a difficult time where students are at if we relied on standardized testing. As a school, we agreed to assess where our kids are at in math, reading, writing, and science. So the 2 new academic coaches basically got all the teachers together and said, hey, we need to find some baseline data where these kids are at. And they found some common assessments at the beginning of the year, the first 2 weeks, just to say, what do we have in front of us? And what we were able to glean from that, and this is just an average, is that students are about 6 months to a year behind what they're normally coming into sixth grade at. Obviously, that has a lot to do with remote learning. It has to do with anxiety, depression, just overall trauma of what COVID has done to them. So we know where they're at, so we know how to move forward. We also are looking forward to see where those assessments are at the end of the year, because our goal is for every student to be able to show growth and be able to celebrate. There's been some celebrating this year. There's also been some frustration. So if we can give students some celebration at the end of the year, it's definitely worth it. Obviously, COVID-19 has been a challenge, a challenge where we're sub short. Our staff has done an amazing job of covering for each other. I echo what I hear about people not having a bunch of plan periods. That is true, but I also want to commend all of our counselors, our student support specialists. Everybody in the building is making sure we are not sub short every day. And I did 5th period PE today, and it was wonderful. I worry about a threshold. What's the tipping point of our staff not being able to complete what they need to do? There we have incredible communication between staff, our office, and admin. If there's a need, we put it out, and it usually gets covered. Contact tracing. Like I said earlier, our nurse and her health assistant have been amazing. Collaboration between office, nurse, admin. We put in systems this year to expedite the contact tracing, so it's not encompassing everything we do all day long. Yes, the nurses, that's mostly what happens. But in my day, it's a part of my day, not my entire day, which allows me to oversee the entire school and make sure everything runs properly. I say this all the time. I'm not sure if anyone in education took an education class on how to run a school during a pandemic. We're all learning. We're figuring this out. We're making the best decisions we can with the information we're given. We're going to make mistakes. I've called several parents this year and say, the guidance I gave you yesterday is not correct. I apologize. Your kid can come back 3 days earlier. I mean, that's happened. The changing guidance and protocols, as you've heard tonight, things change hourly sometimes. Shout out to Danielle and Josh for getting back to me quickly when I have questions. One thing we've done this year is since we can't have regular assemblies where all the students are in the gym, we have Zoom assemblies where students are in class, the teachers project up on their board, and I kind of give a little, State of the Union, kind of what we're doing. And that's really helped when it comes to any changing of protocols that affect the students. One of the highlights of this year, and it's now gone away, but the highlight was when they could take their masks off outside. That really made them happy. I heard cheering next door when I was able to say that. And then I also had to get on about 2 or 3 weeks later and say, we got to move back a little bit because this is the guidance. And they're much more receptive when they hear it and they get the why behind it. It's not just a rule thump, you got to do this. Adequate supervision. I'm not going to lie. Middle schools have had it rough this year. Students are coming to us, either their last educational year was either 4th grade, 5th grade, or 6th grade. And now they're boom in middle school bodies going through puberty and trying to figure out, how do I behave here? So I will say that the hiring and we've had physical aggression. The first month and a half was difficult. We've seen more physical aggression. I saw more physical aggression the first month and a half than I had probably seen the last 3 years. And it was arguing and getting physical over wall ball. It was things that might be in elementary, you might see in an elementary school, but here they are in our middle school. So we had to adapt and adjust quickly. We had lots of huddles with our supervision team about how do we handle this. So obviously lunch supervision, hallway supervision, our teachers have stepped up. And then I had a principal coffee about a month ago, and we talked about parents helping. So we kind of have a project parent supervision where parents can get show their vaccination status, and then they can come in and they can supervise. with the guidance currently, it's only in large spaces such as a cafeteria or outside, but parents are welcome to come and help us supervise, and just help us have eyes everywhere. It also allows a staff member like myself or assistant principal to step away to an incident if something happens somewhere else, and then we know that we still have eyes on our kids. Another interesting thing is that when we left back in 2020, we, at least at Whitford, we didn't see a lot of vaping. It really didn't come up very often. Well, that has changed. When we returned this school year, again, I've seen more vaping. Hopefully, I saw that the new law on January 1st came out that no more flavored nicotine is supposed to be sold in stores. Hopefully that's supposed to help us. And our counselors are actually creating a Canvas course for students who have been caught or using vaping or nicotine, where they have to go through this course as part of the learning of the effects of smoking and nicotine. So those are some of the challenges. I know I'm going over, I only have 5 minutes. Successes. I'm not sure if you know anything about an upgrade program, but we have an upgrade program. There are 3 middle schools that have them. It's us, Mountain View, and Five Oaks. And these were targeted schools with higher students in poverty. And they're targeted for students who are more or less struggling with school, disengaging, or on the verge of possibly dropping out in high school. We were very lucky to hire a former educator. He came back for a couple years, and this program is thriving. We have had over a 10% increase in overall attendance from last year to this year. I understand it's not apples to apples because it was kind of online / hybrid to now, but the kids are attending. They want to be at school. In fact, they're helping run our student store, and they're also involved in other things in the school. One thing this program also does, it's connected to Merlot, and they are getting, well, they got to go on one. We're hoping for another one soon. They get to go to the trades and see what Merlot is about and see different ways of doing education that might fit their learning style. So it's been a really positive thing. The big thing with that is that we actually chose the kids last year. We invited them, they had to accept it. And that way we were off and running from day one. Second thing is our BH&W team. I think you guys are aware of what our BH&W is all about. It works because we have the right people at the table. And that includes our bilingual liaison, because she knows so much about our families because she takes those phone calls. Our attendance secretary is there because she takes all the calls about why students are absent and what's being said. Our social worker is there. And a big one is our upgrade teacher, Mr. Sieg. He's there as well because he can have input of maybe the student is a good candidate for the upgrade program, if maybe their attendance is lagging, or maybe there's some struggles at home. He has a way of getting interpersonal communication with the kids like I've never seen. Another success is our dual language program. I'm going to say I'm lucky that I was able to hire a few dual language teachers this year, where we are running a full dual language program the way it's supposed to be run, with a 50-50 model. They're getting mathematics in 6th grade and 8th grade in Spanish. 7th grade in Spanish is science. Language arts is every other unit is Spanish and English, and then all social studies in Spanish. So it takes an incredible amount of staff to do that. And we found them, and we are very lucky to have that going. In fact, we are getting more and more students daily from other schools that want to move into our attendance area, or at least attend our school, to go through our dual language program. We're almost done. Professional development from last year. We really focused on ABAR work, anti-biased, anti-racist. And the other thing we worked on was SEL. We knew coming in this year, there was going to be anxiety. We knew there was going to be depression. And we brought in social workers. We brought in some experts to talk about what this pandemic could do with kids, and what we could expect. And what I'm really proud of is, I think you guys have the information, is on the annual student survey, is that 92% of our kids feel that at least one adult cares about them. That's huge. Kids need someone who cares about them. And if they don't have that, middle school's a tough place to be in, to begin with. But if they have someone who cares about them, maybe that's that one person gets them through. And the last thing I want to talk about a little bit is there was some extra ESSER money, and we're able to begin a web program, and it's called Where Everyone Belongs. And essentially, it is very similar to a link crew. And we are going to have a teacher leader, and we are going to be able to select 8th grade students next year. So they're currently 7th graders. The 8th graders will then be an assist to the 6th graders and really build that relationship about what it looks like to be a middle school student, how to behave, how to succeed academically, how to be organized. And these students who are selected, they don't always have the best grades. They don't always do the right thing all the time, but they're leaders that look like the students who they're going to interact with in 6th grade. Like I said at the beginning, overall, we're doing okay. I couldn't ask for a better group of students, parents, staff, not to only just get through this year, but to achieve at the highest level possible based on all the challenges we have faced this year and moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Pearboom. You might not have a textbook for how to get through a pandemic as a principal. Yeah. Something tells me you're writing one right now with the work.
Yeah, well, it's the book we always talk about.
Yeah. So questions for Principal Pearboom. Okay, see Susan, Ugana, and Sunita. Susan?
Well, first of all, I just have to say, oh my God, Brian, I am so impressed with what Whitford is doing in such an amazingly difficult time. You know, I have so many questions, but I just want to give you kudos to you and your staff and to your kids. And I know that the first, you know, it's just recently the kids have really kind of settled down and you've been able to actually teach. So I'm very excited about that. So I heard you talk about, and I think it's very interesting, the what's it called? Upgrade? I wrote it down. Upgrade program. Is that a BSD program? Is that a regional program?
Well, it was brought to us 3 years ago, and it's something that's within the teacher funding actually comes from Merlot.
Okay.
And it was started 3 years ago where we identified kids and they were sent to Merlot for half the day. It was a great idea. It was just it didn't work quite well. Because then we lose the kids, and were they getting the academics? Was it Marcel? So then last year they actually kind of quote gave us a teacher. So that teacher is housed at our school. This teacher has 4 classes, and they have about 10 kids per class, and they're working on they're working on how to be successful as a student. They're working on what crafts and what kind of high school options could you have? What is your passion? And they tackle social issues. They tackle, family issues. It's really a mentoring program. And we've, I will say that when kids are escalated and they're in upgrade, that's the teacher they ask to go talk to first. And I think that means it's working. And like I said, I have the data in front of me because he did the data check, but I mean, we have students that were at 40% attendance last year, and now they're at 89%. Like, that's a huge difference.
Well, like I said, I'm very excited about it. And, I know it's basically it sounds like it's a new thing, but it's really working. And the other question I have is, I know you mentioned a monitor, and I'm wondering what a monitor means. Is that like an SRO, but at a middle school level, or?
Good question. So, a campus monitor is like a campus security guard is kind of how it's defined. But my goal was it not to be that way. It's supposed to be another caring adult that cares that kids get to class, that cares that kids aren't hanging out in the bathroom. It's more of it's not a I gotcha person. It's not I'm a cop. It's so much less than that. And that's why it was very difficult to choose who to hire for that position, because it needs to be someone kids trust. It needs to be someone who is has the wherewithal to know if there's something going on. And it needs to be someone the kids will just talk to. And we're developing that. it's a unique skill set, I think, to be able to be a campus monitor in a middle school.
And so so I know I'm going to get in trouble for having all these questions, so everybody can beat me up afterwards. So the question I have about this is, we've had, we're working on, what SROs means at the high school level. And I know you have a monitor, it's not the same, but kind of maybe a little bit. I want all our students to feel safe when they, are approaching a school monitor or, someone who's a supervisor like that. And so that would just be my comment, is that, if we have a monitor like that, that approachable to all students feel like this person is approachable.
Yep. That was our goal going in.
Okay.
Is that it's, me, I'm kind of a big guy. Like it's not me. Like it's not like a big tough person who is going to get you. Like it's, hey, how are we doing today? And there's a little bit of behavioral health and wellness in there. There's a little bit of cell in there.
Yeah, I would hope so. I mean, or that person, it sounds like part of your behavioral team. So I mean, that's all good to me. I just, those questions came up. And then of course I'm always excited about your hearing about your dual language program, because what is awesome to me is to see a school like Vos that feeds into Whitford, and then both Beaverton High School and Southbridge have those tracks, so students can continue on with their dual language program. So, kudos to Whitford for having, for continuing that program and enriching it. So, like I said, I have multiple other questions, Brian, but I think I'll just find a time to meet with you.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ugana?
Thank you so much, Brian, for your presentation. I want to say thank you for what you do for our students, anticipating their needs ahead of time and creating ways to meet those needs. So thank you. In fact, I have nothing but respect for all educators out there for showing up for our students day in, day out throughout this difficult time. So thank you to every single one of you. But my first question is, I'm looking at your numbers with the teachers and staff reporting. It went up from 63% to 95%. That's a huge leap. I'm just wondering what you did differently that gave you that number. And then on parents reporting they feel informed and valued, that number is still a bit low. I'm wondering if you plan to do anything to keep the parents engaged or, make them feel valued. So I want to know if you plan to do anything about that to bring up that number. And then what other question do I have? I see here your suspension days. The numbers were quite high in 18, 19, quite high. And then 19, 20 came down to 37, which to me is still high. Students missing class due to suspension, that's still quite high to me. And I know that just like every other school that has presented, the year 2020 and 2021, I've seen 1 or 0, which I know is not ideal. It's because of where we are right now. So I'm wondering, when we get back to normal, nobody knows when that would be. I don't know when it would be, but when we get back to normal, do you have any plans to at least make sure that that number gets a little lower? Because 70, 37 is quite high, in my opinion. I think it's high. So when we get back to normal, whenever that would be, I wanted to know that there are plans put in place to bring down that number. Thank you.
Well, I'll try to answer that one first. I think, honestly, what's been good for our staff is to see the behaviors of the students when they first got here. Because what they're seeing is frustration. They're seeing anxiety. They're seeing trauma. And I think they'll be a little bit, I think students will feel cared for a little bit sooner. So they might not lash out or say things. One thing I do want to point out is that while our number of students who suspensions went from 70 to 37, the days out went from 415 to 89. It's because we what traditionally I had learned and we had learned about, quote, how long a student needs to be out, we are really backing off on that and saying, let's get the student back in. Let's get the student a conflict resolution and get that back them so they're in learning. So those numbers, yes, they're high. We work on it as a team, as an administrative team, as a middle school team about how to reduce this number. We talk about it during our ABAR work. We talk about, we've had our special education teachers present about escalation cycles and why students behave the way they do. We always feel that when we do send a student home, that somehow we have failed them. And that's the kind of mind philosophy I want our teachers to know, and I want everyone to know, is that what could we have done differently? What could we have done differently than having kids, smoking marijuana in the restroom or getting into a physical altercation? We really are working hard this year to minimize that. And I would say we're pretty much full bore right now. I mean, it's not normal, but I think students know that it's not if then, it's this is what happened. Let's dissect it and let's make a reasonable decision about what a consequence might look like. So I think we're addressing it not exactly head on, but I think the work around it about better understanding the middle school brain is going to help students in the long run, because their teachers will have a little bit more empathy, will have more understanding. And frankly, suspensions don't work all the time. They really don't. They're gone, they're not learning, and then they feel not a sense of belonging. So we're working on it. It's a work in progress that we have continued to tackle ever since I became an assistant principal in 2014. Can you give me your second question or one of your other questions? I'm sorry.
It's okay. I asked quite a bit of questions tonight. So I asked about the numbers with your parents reporting they feel informed and valued as active partners in their child's education. I see that the number is still almost the same. It's still a bit low. And I'm wondering if you're going to do anything to make parents feel valued. And then I also see your numbers. I want to say kudos to you for bringing up your numbers for teachers and staffing from 63% to 95%. I was wondering if anything different was done to make that number as high as it is today.
Right. So this is going to be, you got to believe me here. So I would say prior to 2018-19, you see 79%. It was not nearly that high before that. It was quite lower. So getting up to 79, that's when that year, actually, I did quite a few I do cookies with the principal or coffee with the principal. I flip-flop morning and night every other month to get a variety of parents who are able to come. I also hold an English speaking for an hour, and then I'll do a Spanish speaking one to have a wide variety of parents coming. I think the 68% in 2021, to be honest with you, it wasn't a lot of decisions to be made. It's COVID. You got to do it this way. It has to happen. I mean, and I think that might have been the sense of this is how it has to be. My hope going in is that it's back up to 79 or higher, because I do feel like I engage with our community. I send them, I'm learning Parent Square quite well, and I'm giving them some information about, hey, this is what you can do to keep your child safe or to keep your child engaged or reach out to me. So my hope is that it goes back up to 79 or higher. So that's my explanation for it, just because it was so wonky last year when it comes to just the guidance when it comes to how we do school.
Thank you.
Sunita?
Hi, these are hard times and you guys are doing a great job, and both Susan and Ivona asked quite a few questions. So they took away some of the questions, but I still wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you for all that you're doing. And I was impressed with your upgrade program. And you mentioned that this program is being used in Whitford and Mountain View. Can you speak a little bit about it? Is it the same program, like the saying like there's one person who's teaching 4 classes, and how successful has it been in other schools too?
Okay, I don't know how successful it has been, but I will say that during professional development time, those 3 teachers get together and they do a lot of collaboration on what's working and what's not working in each school. And, I would say ours is working relatively well. I do know that it's been interesting because I think hope I'm not getting anyone in trouble. I think there's a push to expand it because it's a good thing. And Five Oaks, their demographics have changed quite a bit from last year. And we've actually talked a little bit about maybe Meadow Park getting some support for the upgrade, because I know their demographics have shifted a little bit, and it might benefit that school. So we've talked about it. I don't know how well it's working, but I do believe they all have 4 classes, and it's targeted for 7th and 8th graders, more of that transitional year where they're going into high school, because we have kind of drilled into our kids that if you can be successful your freshman year, your chances of being successful in high school go up dramatically. And it's that transition year from some 8th grade to 9th grade that is so critical. And even if they come back and see their upgrade mentor to get some support, great. Small story, we have a student who absolutely struggled in middle school. He is currently getting tutored by a teacher at our school for free because he wants to do well. That's kind of the feeling we want, is that Whitford's a place where you can be supported, even if you're in high school or beyond.
That's great. That's really great. Can you please repeat the 3 school names? Because I thought I heard Mountain View. Did you say Mountain? You did say Mountain View or Meadow Park?
Mountain View and Five Oaks.
Okay.
Are the 2 right now. And
yeah, okay.
So that's it. And I was going to answer the other question about breaking down that data on demographics of referrals. We can. It's just lots of reports that we have to. I would have to have a refresher on how to do all that. But yes, it can be done to break down discipline data based on demographics.
Right. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think most of the questions you already handled. So I think this is good. Thanks.
Awesome.
Karen?
Yeah, I just had 3. Again, people had asked questions I had, and they have been answered. I want to appreciate the structures you're setting up, because setting up those structures are what's going to support our students in knowing what comes next, and also being successful. I feel that's what I'm seeing across some of our middle schools that have set up strong structures from the beginning. I appreciate how you just described how the administrators are exchanging ideas and challenges in those schools that are working together and brainstorming solutions. And then I appreciate your intentionality to increase your bilingual workforce. You named that there were 12 staff members. We do have bilingual people out there that are wanting to work in our schools, and setting up those intentional hirings of high quality bilingual bicultural staff. You just mentioned 12 at your school that can support students and parents and community. So I appreciate that as well. Thank you.
Ugana?
I apologize for asking all these questions. My question is either to you or to Jennifer. I'm just curious as to how you come up with the information, the data on parents reporting. Do you send out surveys, or how do you get that number? How do you get a feel of how your parents, because I'm a parent of a student in BSD, and I've never been asked to give a survey before. So I'm just wondering, do you send out surveys to your parents? How do you get this data? Thank you.
So Jennifer, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the district sends it out in the spring every year. I do know that the student data is given to 7th graders every year, at least at our school, but the parent information is given out, I think, centrally from the district. It doesn't come out from me. And then the teacher data is also given out by the district, not given out by me. Jennifer, am I right?
That's right. That's correct. Our 4th graders and our 7th graders do it.
Other questions for Principal Peerbone? Great. I think at this time, we're going to take a 10-minute break here. So if everybody wants to come back around 8:03, we'll recommence the meeting and just turn our screens off here for the next 10 minutes or so. And we'll come back together in just 1 minute here. Okay, we will now get the financial report from Associate Superintendent Schofield.
Thank you, Chair Collette. Members of the school board, appreciate the opportunity to update you on the finances of the school district. I will take a couple of minutes tonight. I know you have a busy schedule, but I would like to walk through a little bit of the information on the year-to-date activity and forecast for the general fund. So if I could draw your attention to that, I'll be working specifically in the gray section of our current estimate about where we think we'll end the year. If you look at the revenue section, there are no changes there. The changes we've made for this month are primarily in the expenditure section. And if you look there, you'll see that we've lowered our expectation on expenditures through the end of the year by $3 million in the salary area, by $2.7 million in the benefit area, by $1 million in purchase services, $1 million in supplies and materials, and an increase of about $400,000 in the transfers section. So overall, you'll see that our expected surplus has gone up to $27.9 million, about a $7.3 million increase from the last time we chatted in December. For those looking for why, the why is essentially our staffing shortages and our numbers capitulating and rolling over on just the folks we have not either hired or substitutes we have not seen in our schools. So as we looked into the fall, we were thinking, yeah, we're seeing some staff shortages and some sub shortages in the fall. We thought, well, we'll give it a couple of months, see how we do. And we've just decided those numbers are going to roll over and go down a little bit. So where that leaves us is a projected ending fund balance right now of $97.2 million in the general fund budget. A gentle reminder on that number will not stay that way. We will finish bargaining with our teachers and the rest of our associations, and that number will go down once it reflects a cost of living increase. But that's where we are today. I wanted you to give that update, and I'll answer any questions you may have at this time.
Questions for Mike? Becky?
Mike, I did have that question. I wanted to know why salary. So thank you for explaining that. I believed you also made notice of that in your notes. So thank you that money is still there, as we need to hire more staff if we can get them, as well as substitutes that are much needed. But I'm wondering if you have any estimate of where we stand right now with money being reimbursed from the state, money being reimbursed from the federal government. Have we seen all of that? Have we filed all those things? So then when we get to the budget process, that we know where we are with monies coming in.
Yeah, thank you for that, Vice Chair Timchuk. That's an excellent question, and I owe you an update on ESSER funding and SIA funding as well. What you will see is those funds are lagging as well for some of the same reasons. So we are watching those carefully. But yes, some of the experiences we're seeing in the general fund where we are unable to spend the dollars we have budgeted for the services we budgeted to provide, we are lagging behind a bit in those areas. So yes, by the time we get into budget, we will update you. I plan to do it essentially in the March meeting when we do Budget 101 with the rest of the budget committee. We'll do a full update on where we are with ESSER, SIA, as well as the general fund at that point. Does that make sense?
I do, and I appreciate that. I do want to be as transparent as possible with our community members as well as our staff, that this is just a really difficult time. You know, usually it's money we get for the biennium from the state. It's a very streamlined process. And I know we just have all these monies and keeping straight of what's been spent and what's still coming. If we can just get a clear picture on that, I'd feel more confident talking to our community on what kind of funds we have when we're going forward in the budgeting process.
Happy to do that.
Sunita?
Yeah, I just have a quick question, and it may be related a little bit. You said that the projected ending fund balance will, of course, go down after the negotiations. Do you have a timeline of when we will have a better picture of how much the fund balance is going to be at the end of the year? Or
That's an excellent question, Director Gard. It is going to be really, really dependent on where we are with bargaining with BEA. That's the last significant piece of budget that we're waiting to get into place. And that affects not only the current year we're in, but it'll affect future forecasts as well. So we're looking forward, as I think BEA President Sarah Schmidt mentioned, we're looking forward to getting this process moved on and resolved fairly soon. That will help us dramatically.
Other questions for Mike? All right. Thanks for the update.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have our district COVID update, and we have administrators Danielle Hudson and Brian Sika.
Thanks, Chair Collette. Just give me a second. I'm going to share my screen, and we'll get started in just a moment. I have a presentation.
We'll start too with a thank you to both of you guys for the amazing work that you're doing during this incredibly difficult time. We know that you're burning the midnight oil, and you're trying to keep our kids safe and keep them in school and keep our staff safe as well. And we appreciate all your efforts.
Thanks, I appreciate that. All right, just about there. Thanks for your patience. All right. All set. So thanks, Chair Collette, Superintendent Grotting, members of the board, members of the community. Thanks for the opportunity to share with you some COVID-19 updates. Not that this has been different from other points, but we certainly have some changes even from the report that was in your packet. So we'll highlight those here in this presentation. And then, like always, we're happy to follow up with you with anything that we're not able to give you questions on. Tonight, you'll hear from myself and Dr. Hudson around COVID mitigation strategies and the most current updates we have to our schools. So just a quick rundown of what we'll cover. Just a little bit about metrics. We'll look at what the numbers are around cases, vaccination rates, and dive into some of those staff and student attendance numbers that will help hopefully shed some light into the temporary remote learning decisions that have been spoken to a few times in this meeting. We'll talk about mitigation strategies. We'll talk about how those strategies are impacting our operations being in-person or remote learning. Updates to the quarantine and testing procedures. And then, like always, just ask that you write down all those questions that you have. We'll do a Q&A session as long as you like. And then, like I said, anything we need to, we'll certainly be able to follow up. So I just want us all to take a look for a minute. A safe, engaging, and consistent in-person full-time experience for all students and staff has been our North Star for the year. And Superintendent Grodin reiterated, our goal is to keep students in in-person learning. We know that relationship between the educators and between our students is really the most valuable resource that we have. All areas of this, the safe, engaging, consistent, and in-person, are all being challenged now, maybe more than any other time in the pandemic, and certainly more than any other time this year. We'll talk about safe when we talk about case rates and mitigation strategies, engaging, consistent, and in person when we talk about the impacts that these are having on our operations. So I just want to acknowledge what's been previously said and let you all know that there's a team here working on it, and we have an amazing staff to keep working towards this goal. But this goal is certainly one that's being challenged significantly right now. Just real briefly on case rates, you don't need to look at the numbers. If you just look over to the very right-hand side, these are case rates in Washington County. And if you look at the right-hand side, they are higher than they ever have been. You probably can't see on your screen the very top in red. These numbers that you're looking at on the right-hand side are actually probably 10% or so lower than what they actually are, just to a data reporting error. And then with all the complications of testing, in reality, there's certainly much more COVID in our community than even is represented here. So that just goes to say that the spread of COVID is really everywhere in our community. And we're just doing the best we can to not only keep our schools as safe a places as possible, but also to mitigate the impacts that it has on our operations. We'll continue to look at case rates. There's a lot of projections, particularly from OHSU, around the length of time that this surge will last, and there's reason for optimism that it'll be shorter. I'm not an epidemiologist, so I'll leave that to those experts, and we'll just continue to monitor this data. But the real takeaway here is there's just a tremendously high number of cases compared to where we've been in the past. So this graph you see, again, the numbers themselves aren't ones that you have to memorize or have to know specifically. These are the vaccination rates by age, and the blue line and the purple line represent our students, and then the lines above those would represent the rest of our community, including our staff and families. So just about everyone's over 80% vaccinated, or those age groups. And then, of course, our 5 to 11-year-olds are just now approaching that 50% of all of them have. And the way this is defined is as having at least their first shot in the 2-shot series. And we'll even get a little bit of talk on boosters here in just a second. Washington County continues to be right up there, sometimes the highest, depending on the day, or the top 3 highest vaccinated counties in the state of Oregon, and some of the highest vaccinated places in the country, which allows the impacts of those COVID cases to be less impactful on our system and on those individuals. So I just want to point out a few things on this one, and this is just an updated version of what's in your report. Again, the top line, we talked about those 5 to 11-year-olds, and just getting hundreds of more 5 to 11-year-olds vaccinated every day. But really what I want you to look at, if you can look all the way over to the right, the second to last column on the right, where we talk about the booster relative change. Now, the first number, the 163%, that's boosters for the youngest individuals eligible, and that's just a little bit of noisy data there. But if you look at the 72, the 15, and the 10%, so that's just showing through this wave, an increased number of people are getting their booster every week. And so that's more and more significant for us, because again, as we have those high cases, that case itself will have less of an impact on the individual, and then less of an impact on the system, including hospitalizations and all of those other things. So this is data that wasn't in your report. And so the highlighted piece, it's not to suggest that elementary schools are any more significant here than middle higher option. I just want to talk you through this briefly. I think it'll go to illustrate some of those decision metrics that were being asked for earlier and that the board needs to know. So what we look at is the impacts that COVID is having on our operations. And specifically here is what would it look like to shift to a temporary remote learning environment where students are learning from home. And I'll discuss the options of those in a second. But what we look at is the attendance or absence rate. So how many people are in the school? So how many people are having to stay home because they're impacted by COVID, they're caring for someone impacted by COVID, or for whatever the reason of their absences. So we look at both staff and student absences, and we delineate those absences by those that are confirmed COVID reasons or just general reasons. And what we look at is what's the percentage of the staff or students that are absent at any one time. So I just want to kind of talk through a little of the data. Just so for your understanding, this data was on January 13th. So last Thursday is where I pulled this from. When we look at the average for staff at the elementary schools, what this table means, and then you can take some time to dissect it later on, about 15.5% was the average staff absence rate. And you had a low, one school only had 6%, and then you had a high of one school had 26%. So those are what we look at for every single school. We look at what their staff absentee rate is. And then the next column would be students. So in elementary schools, the average number for an individual elementary school was just about 24% of the students being absent, with a low of 12 and then a high of all the way up to 47. And I'll talk about how we process that data in just a minute, but that's the kind of things that we look at as sort of that first triage or our first look at schools and how well they're operating. Because generally what you're looking at there is how many adults are able to serve, keep safe, educate the students that are in the building. So I'm going to switch slides here. I know that's not enough time to digest this information. What I'm really trying to illustrate for you, though, is what's the type of data that we begin to look at when we're making the decisions around the instructional models. So what we're looking at, and I think you've heard it referenced a few times, temporary remote learning. So that's just what is in place this year instead of in-person instruction. So if you're not getting in-person instruction, what we're talking about is temporary remote learning. It could be with just individual students. And up until very recently in the school year, the majority of students that would have gone into remote learning were in individual cases. They either tested positive themselves or they were quarantined because they were in exposure. But with the Omicron surge, what we found is a need to have entire classrooms go to remote learning, or even, as you know, we've had a handful of schools this week have to shift over to remote learning. Those shifts are based on, like that data that I just shared with you, the staff availability and student attendance. So again, here's the process that we're talking about. Every day a team meets to look at that data, and that really sort of serves as the initial triage. We look at schools who have either an elevated number, which a rule of thumb that's working for us is looking right around that 20% mark, but it's not a firm, that's not a guaranteed. We'll look at your school if you're at a 15% and all the way above it, but around 20% does seem to help us drive that conversation. So the data is reviewed daily, and what happens is when that sort of initial triage happens, the executive administrator works with the principal to understand all the context of what's going on with the schools. How are those staff absences impacting your daily operations? Because it depends on a couple of factors that I'll highlight. It depends on exactly what position is the absence occurring in. Is it a position that's directly student facing? Is it a position that is being filled by a substitute? Is a position generally not being filled by a substitute? We know that our substitutes, when they're choosing jobs, don't choose jobs in a uniform way across the district. Certain schools, substitutes tend to fill jobs more quickly than others. So they look into all the context. The site-based administration and district administration essentially comes up with a recommendation of what to do in the immediate future. That recommendation is brought to a district team. That district team meets once a day to review all cases and all recommendations to eventually go to the superintendent for final approval on that recommendation. So you'll see it's a pretty tiered approach, starting with a look at data, but then going into the context and the story of the school, a recommendation by the administrators, and then finally an approval by the superintendent, who I think Don clearly stated earlier, our goal is to keep our schools open for in-person instruction to the greatest extent possible in the current climate that we're in. And the last one you're going to hear from me before I pass it over to Dr. Hudson, the mitigation strategies within the Omicron. I want to update you specifically. We had talked about music and PE. And last time I talked, we were hoping that at the beginning of January, we would be taking away mitigation strategies. At the risk of sounding obvious, we are not taking away any of our mitigation strategies. One exception to that, I just want to make sure, again, as transparent as I can be, or as transparent as possible. Oregon Health Authority is adjusting the way that we'll do contact tracing and the amount of contact tracing that we're able to do and that they're having us do, which will change the number of students who go into quarantine, because there'll be less students who are being identified as close contacts now through our contact tracing processes. One thing I want to be clear about, though, the impact to staffing is making some of these mitigation strategies more challenging. Just enforcing ideas of distancing and enforcing some of the other strategies that are in place are becoming more difficult as we have less and less staff working with students on a daily basis. We've added some of our strategies back. We've limited volunteers, limiting visitors, and limiting spectators, like at athletic events and performances. So limiting people coming into our schools. And I think, like you heard earlier from Principal Pierenboom, reinstating that outdoor masking to occur as we make our way through this Omicron surge. A lot for you. I hope you wrote down your questions. We're not quite done. Dr. Hudson's going to take over, and then we'll both be able to answer any questions that you have. So Danielle, it's all yours.
All right. Good evening, Board Chair Collette, the school board, and Superintendent Grotting. It's a pleasure to be here. I just want to give a shout out to the nurses and health assistants again. So thank you, school board, for recognizing them. They are just amazing people and really committed to our students and families and the health and safety in our schools. So what I would say is we're going to talk about some of these new practices, and I would say I made changes up to about 10 minutes ago on some communications for staff, because we have things coming and going and changing at an hourly and a half hourly rate at this point. When I reported to you all in December, I was pretty excited about where we were going in terms of being able to have some more opportunities for students, increasing in testing. And then this new variant hit us. And I don't think anyone, well, I know none of my colleagues or nurses or anyone was really prepared for the impact that we're seeing right now. So I do hope that there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Our numbers seem to be getting a little bit better. So maybe we're going to have a plateau soon. So with that, let's talk about our quarantine procedure. So as you know, our quarantine and isolation procedure used to be 10 days. So if for isolation, it was 10 days from the onset of symptoms, or if the individual is asymptomatic, receiving a positive COVID test. And then students who were a close contact of a positive case in school or in their household, they were quarantining for 10 days from the last contact with the positive case. Now we are at a point where we will be we have officially, today was the first day, individuals who consistently wear a mask may return to school after isolating or quarantining for 5 days following the onset of COVID symptoms, a positive COVID-19 test, or a close contact. This guidance comes directly from CDC. I don't know if they will adjust that, but at this point, the CDC made the recommendation. OHA, ODE, and Washington County Health Department have all adopted that. So as a district, we have moved forward with that change in practice. When the student comes back on day 6, they will be required to wear a well-fitted mask at all times. So that means PE, band, any kind of extracurricular activities that they would traditionally, they might even with social distancing be able to take off their mask. They will not be able to do that. They have to wear their mask the entire time. The only exception would be obviously at lunch, because you can't eat with a mask on. So at that time, we would be looking at, we're continuing to work on social distancing in our cafeterias, and then doing the contact tracing related to that. So making sure we have updated seating charts and that our students are aware they need to pay attention to who they're sitting with at lunch. If we do have a student who is unable to wear a mask consistently because of a medical accommodation, that student and or staff member would be required to isolate or quarantine for 10 days. So we will have some anomalies where there will be students and staff who may not be able to return at the 6th day, but that is determined on an individual basis. Next slide, please. So testing, this is actually all changed within the last day. So I'm going to go ahead and update this, but what I would say is the Test to Stay program, we were planning to implement that, and we did not implement it because we had such a huge spike in cases. And at this point, with the shortening of the isolation and quarantine time, we will not be moving forward with the Test to Stay program. We may institute it at a later date, but because of that shortened quarantine, it really puts us in a place where students are not out that long. But we will monitor that, and we might return to it next month if things are kind of evening out and we can get a feel of what this new change to quarantine and isolation does to the system. Additionally, we will be implementing test to shorten quarantine for those anomaly cases. So those cases for students and staff who need to quarantine for 10 days. We're in the process of implementing that, and that will happen at the central testing site. And so more information will be coming about that. The test to shorten quarantine really should be in a very rare case because we don't have that many students or staff who would not meet the 5-day isolation or quarantine timeline. The one change that has happened, and I think many families, and I know our staff are going to be happy about, is, as you may or may not know, with the new variant, the 5 primary symptoms are actually not what we're seeing in those individuals who test positive for COVID-19. So before it was the fever, the chills, the loss of taste, all of those pieces, but now we're seeing a wider range of symptoms such as sore throat, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, all of those symptoms. So effective tomorrow, we will be testing students and staff for a wider range of symptoms. So if we have students with runny nose, we have students who are, sick to their stomach, we would go ahead and test them as long as we have consent from their parent to be able to do that. Additionally, staff who demonstrate a wider variety of symptoms at school will be able to be tested at school. And if they're at home and they all of a sudden are feeling nauseous prior to coming to work, they can schedule an appointment at our central testing site to be able to test there. So we're really opening that up. And additionally, we're opening the testing to both unvaccinated and vaccinated individuals, because what we are finding, and what Dr. Sika mentioned, is all individuals, whether they are vaccinated or unvaccinated, are experiencing, the ability to contract COVID-19. The impacts of it may look different based on vaccination status, but what we know is either, those of us who are vaccinated and those of us who are unvaccinated can contract COVID-19 and spread it with this particular variant. So that is one thing that is missing from the slide that just went into effect this afternoon. So it's positive news in terms of getting additional testing. Lastly, around testing, we as a district have just applied to be able to have access to at-home testing kits for our students. So ODE is working with OHA and the federal government to have increased access to at-home testing. And part of that is being able to get test kits within to our schools that we can send home, and students will have access to 2 tests. I do not have an ETA of when we will get those tests, but I have applied last week, and I am just waiting to hear when we will have access to that. And I do know that there have been questions about our tests than the tests we have available. We have a significant amount of tests. They do have expiration dates, but I want to be clear that the US government has extended, and the companies extended, the expiration dates on that test. So even though the test kit might say it has an expiration date, that has been extended. So those tests that we do have on site are still good. So right now we are in good shape around having access to tests within our school setting. And then and I think, what's our next slide, please? Thanks, Brian. I have so much information. Before we get to your questions, the other thing I wanted to just mention is around our dashboard. Over the last couple of weeks, our nurses and health assistants have been slammed with testing and contact tracing. So just so you know, for every positive that we find out about, that requires an individual phone call to that family to find out the details about that positive case. So when was the onset of symptoms? Was it just a positive test and the individual is asymptomatic? And then the individual contact tracing that happens from there. Over the last couple of weeks, as they got through 12, maybe there were probably about 24 in their email box that they were tracing. So some things have changed in terms of reporting to the state, in terms of like testing individuals who test negative. So we're hoping that with some of that workload reduction from the state, that our nurses will be able to update our dashboard in a more timely manner. And with that, that's all I have. And Brian and I are available for questions.
Chair Collette, this is Don. Just for the board, I think it's important to notice when you're looking at the numbers and we look at staff absences, remember that at any time in the district, our schools hover somewhere between probably 80, depending on which level, elementary, middle, or high school, we hover somewhere between 85, 90% attendance anyway. So as a general rule, maybe you can look at 10 to, at any time, we probably have 10, 12, 14% of our students absent at any time. And I think I'm working with Susan to try to find out, okay, how about staff absences? What are averages? Because that does to it. So sometimes I think you look at that and it may be a little bit inflated, but to remember that, in any given day, we have a certain percentage of our staff and our students absent.
Susan, then Eric, then Karen. Susan?
I think I have first of all, before I say anything, oh my God, thank you both for not just you, but the whole district for being so amazing with the last, we're going into our 3rd year, and I'm amazed that you're still standing. So I want to thank you. I also want to thank, again, our teachers that are, they're on the front lines, and our students that are attending classes. My question is about substitutes, because I think I heard that substitutes can choose what schools they go to. And if that be the case, are we seeing some schools that are having to go into distance learning because they haven't been able to get the substitutes that other schools have been getting? And is there an equity issue because the schools that tend to get substitutes might be higher, economic, they might be more economic advantage?
Yes, Susan. Oh, sorry, Don. You look like you're going to talk. What?
Unmute. I was going to say, I'd ask possibly if Susan could come in and I don't know if she's on there or if she's still there. She can come in and talk about some of the our strategies that we're looking at and in relationship to various schools and some of the challenges that we may have with substitutes and where they want to sub and how they want to sub.
Sure. Thank you, Don. So first, I would just like to speak to the earlier question that you had about the typical percentage of our staff that are absent on any given day. And I will tell you that a high mark or a high peak for staff absences was around 14 to 15% of our total. But the typical percentage of staff absences is more like 4% to 7% of our staff. So hopefully that's helpful. So regarding substitutes, yes, we use an automated system, absence management, where our staff can input absences in advance or whenever they know that they have the absence, and those can be accepted or taken up by substitutes as they see them. So substitutes are not assigned. Typically, the vast majority of our substitutes assign themselves. And whether a substitute job gets filled or not has a lot to do with when it was put into the system. So the earlier and the more lead time there is, the more likelihood it's going to fill. We do, of course, in situations like now dealing with the sickness that we're dealing, you have absences that come in at all times. And the later they can come in even the morning of the workday, the harder it is to get them filled. Another phenomenon that happens is we have a varied subpool, and a lot of our BSD substitutes are retired BSD teachers. And sometimes our retired teachers are very connected with one or more school, maybe the school they worked in. We also have some community members for whom that's true. And so we do have some substitutes who have a special connection to a particular school or level, and they're much more likely to pick up jobs from that school or level. So it's complicated, the reasons why certain jobs do get filled. All of our schools experience unfilled. And on any given day, any of our schools could be the most impacted. It's a complicated process because it's pretty high numbers of staff that and positions that are moving around. So hopefully that's helpful.
Eric, then Karayan and Ugana.
So I was looking at the data that Brian, you shared. It looked like statistically, it looks like elementary, middle school, high school students are all having about the same kind of absence rates or sickness rates going out. But it looked like the high school teachers were more robust. They're going out about half as much as like the middle school and elementary schools. And then so one thought, I think that's what the data said. And then my question on that was, I know in the public comments there was like several people I think from Sunset High School, and they're saying, hey, how come we're not shutting down Sunset or high school? So maybe in light of the data you have, maybe you can explain for the public record here why you haven't shut down some of the high schools.
Well, sure. Let me go kind of a little more to the process. I think just remembering that the data I showed, just to be clear, was just for a single date and time. It was last Thursday. And so not only do we look on a single point in time, we also look at like the sort of the trend over time, especially as it relates to COVID, right? If it is a COVID related absence, then you know that you're going to have a somewhat fixed amount of time, or you're going to have at least like a 5-day quarantine or whatever. So the way the process would work would be John Franco, our executive administrator for high schools, would work with the principal, the example you gave, the principal of Sunset, and really say, okay, here's your numbers, and here's your number of staff absences, here's your number of student absences, how many of the jobs are getting filled, how are you able to kind of meet all the needs of your school for a day-to-day operation? And then together they come forward with a recommendation. And so the idea would be that for our high schools right now that haven't need to transition to remote learning, that with the staff they have and the number of positions they are able to fill through substitutes or through, remember how big high schools are, there's just a lot of staff there that don't necessarily have a class that they're teaching and can maybe fill in and cover some of those classes. So overall, they're still able to, find it advantage to continue with in person based on where they're currently at with their staff in their schools.
All right, thank you for sharing the logic on that. Makes sense.
Karen and then Ugana.
First, I want to thank everybody, like our staff. I've seen it. I've been in the buildings, volunteer. There's some volunteers still allowed for lunchtime. So I was able to volunteer at some lunchtimes before COVID hit our house. And I'm coming with a parent hat right now, just trying to understand the system. And I know it changes all the time, but I'm just thinking about a scenario here. Okay, so I was notified on Monday. It's like one of those science, those math questions, like if this happened on Monday and you went back 3 days and 2 days. But so anyway, I was notified on a Monday, not this week, last week, that my daughter was exposed on Friday. And so I know that it's super busy, which is, I'm like, okay, so there were no symptoms and they're vaccinated, so still going to school. Did the spit test on Tuesday morning when I actually hadn't seen the note from the school because it came in Parent Square. I didn't see it on Monday, but on Tuesday we did the spit test. And so we sent that to school, went to school. Wednesday had a sore throat. My daughter called from school, said, I have a sore throat. I said, go to the office. And they were able to test her there and she was negative. Stayed home the next day because of the sore throat. That day we get another negative test from the spit test and she's out, like she can't fever, just all the symptoms that you can think of. And so long story short, we get through the weekend, right? Long weekend. She would technically be able to go back to school if our school hadn't closed, go back to school today, which had been over 5 days, right? But we just got her Kaiser test and it's positive. And so I wouldn't have known that. I would have still sent my kid to school. I would have kept her home as a parent until I had a result, right? But I just want to say, when I see that we can send them back after 5 days, are we testing kids when they go into school? Would I bring my kid to the school and you guys do a quick test just to see if they're positive or negative? She just goes in. Okay.
So the guidelines does not require testing on the upon return on day 6. Now, it does require that the student, if they were experiencing symptoms, they were improving without medication, but it does not require us to test the student upon arrival, upon return to school.
Okay. Could a parent ask, can you just test them because my kid has no symptoms right now. But she's still testing positive from Kaiser.
Yeah. So at this point, our emphasis is on opening to individuals who are testing that are at school showing symptoms, because we would trust that a parent, because we still have 2 sick for school guidelines, right? And so we are really trying to push that out. So if you have a child who's sick, we would still ask you to keep your child home, right? So we're trying to really push our efforts on making sure to test students when they're in school and they show up and they're there and they have symptoms that we're testing them. We know it does take a couple of days in some cases for people to test positive, like your example, Karen, with your daughter, that they might, some people are testing negative like 4 times and then they test positive on day 7. I think this is, I think this is data that is really important for the CDC to know, as well as ODE and OHA and the local public health authority. But at this point, they're not requiring the testing upon return, and they're really trying to emphasize the testing in school when we have students who are presenting with symptoms.
Yeah, that's the part. I mean, if there's somebody I'm supposed to talk to, I can talk to ODE or whatever to advocate, because it's kind of nerve wracking, I know, for all of you, because you're all trying to mitigate all these different pieces. And I'm just thinking that's like, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. That's a lot of days and they're still coming positive. So I know how, I really appreciate how you're continuing, even when you close the schools, to have the spit tests available, because as parents, we can't get, I've seen parents crying at the pharmacy trying to get these tests, trying to get Tylenol that's not available. And so, and I'm also, I see parents, single parents, and have multiple kids. I appreciate you keeping the schools open. I want schools to be open, and I also know you're mitigating a lot of things. So that's my wondering, and I don't know if that's a state decision to, if we have tests available, is that something we could do when kids come back, if parents ask, or whoever we want to mitigate that, or is that like not something we would touch because it's
right now?
Or
to be completely honest, at this point, we don't have the capacity. So just like Nurse Lori talked about, we have 1 nurse for 3 schools. And if you're testing multiple individuals now, we're like going to be doubling and quadrupling our testing efforts that we're already doing from what we were doing. And we were slammed before. So what I would say is effective today, everyone can go on and apply to the federal testing request. And it's really simple and it takes less than 30 minutes or 30 seconds, not even 30 minutes. And you just need to put in your name and your address and an email address and a phone number. You don't have to provide any other identifiable information, and they will send you 4 tests for your house. That doesn't go very far. And then additionally, we're trying to roll out this access to tests from the state to be able to send out. And then we do have the OHSU testing program. So as we continue to navigate, we might be able to offer, once we get through the spike, I'm not saying we absolutely can test kids when they return, but I do think we'll have less kids who are in that boat. And then if that happens, then we can do more testing. It's kind of a triage right now of what we can and cannot do, just given our resources. And what I would say is I do need to thank Superintendent Grotting and Associate Superintendent Schofield. They have been really responsive of adding supports, nursing supports, and health assistants. One impact has been we have not had qualified applicants for the positions. So they don't meet the minimum basic requirements for the job. And so even when we've been able to kind of throw money at hiring, we haven't been unable to actually fill the positions we have, which has been a little bit frustrating from a hiring standpoint.
Thank you for all that information. We signed up for that test kits, and I really appreciate all the work that's being done. I know we're trying to get information out to parents as much as possible. There's so many cases that it's hard to do all these different steps, but I really do appreciate your work. And I look forward to the day that the tests are more easily available for us as parents, and that we can lessen the burden on the nurses and all that. So, and our staff. So thank you.
Ugana and then Sunita.
Thank you so much, Danielle and Brian, for the presentation. And I also want to echo what has already been said by saying thank you for all the hard work and all that you do to keep our students safe and just trying to make the best of the situation that we are in. So thank you so much. My first question is around remote learning. And I know that at the beginning of the school year, some parents had reached out and wanted to, they requested for remote learning for their special needs students, and we were not able to accommodate them. So now that we have temporary remote learning, and the reason we couldn't accommodate them was FAPE, free appropriate public education. So I'm wondering, now that we are in temporary remote learning, are we still able to offer them a free and appropriate public education for our special needs students, given that when the request came through at the beginning of school year, we could not do that for them. We could not allow them to enroll in virtual learning because we needed to be to make their education free and appropriate. So I'm wondering, now that we are here, are we still able to provide that level of education for our special needs families? That's one of my questions. I don't know if I should pause and wait or.
I can respond to that part of your question. So one of the differences between what was being requested at the beginning of the year and when we're in temporary remote learning is the temporary status. So we're going for a very short time. And in most cases, when we transition our students who are more impacted, their class is going to TRL, not just an individual student in most cases. And so then that classroom teacher goes with the class to that remote learning, and they're able to accommodate, much like they did when we were in complete comprehensive distance learning, as well as our hybrid models. So they have the skills and the ability to make those adjustments to the specially designed instruction for a very short amount of time. If we were looking like we were previously in comprehensive distance learning, we would struggle with providing FAPE if it was more of a long-term situation, which we found we were unable to do in some cases, and hence we have recovery services that we are offering to some students who are in this situation from last year. So I think the biggest caveat here is that it's temporary, it's not long-term, and in most cases, the teacher and the entire class transitions to the remote learning. But the special ed department additionally is taking a look at the students who do transition to TRL, and they have specific legal requirements around recovery services for students who are in the EP process.
Thank you so much for shedding more light on that. And then my next question is, I've heard so much from our community members. A lot of families are struggling with the remote learning. For families with elementary school students, they have issues with childcare. And my question is there any plan that we can maybe partner with the city or the county to provide something temporary, a temporary childcare resource for these families that are struggling? I don't know if that's something that you can give me an answer for tonight, but I'm just wondering and throwing it out there. If there's any type of resource or any kind of support that we can give to families that are working class families that have elementary school students and they need childcare. And that is a huge struggle for a lot of families in my community. And then if you permit me to ask my last question, I promise it will be the last. So my last question is on meal pickup. Since some schools are closed, is there a way that we can deliver meals to our families? I mean, some buses should be freed up since there are schools that are closed currently. So what are we going to utilize that avenue and deliver meals instead of having them pick up the meals? So I'm just wondering if that is something that is feasible or if something that we can do.
Good evening. This is Carl. Let me address your first question that was around daycare. We are currently working with our partners. We've had meetings with the city as well as with HPRD to take a look, I would say, more long-term needs for daycare, nothing immediate. The difficulty we face is that we also need to make sure that our buildings are occupied for the teaching end of things and learning. And so we can't occupy during the school day daycare facilities. I will also add to that our existing daycares that we have, I believe we're in 29 of our facilities, 28 or 29. Many of them are facing the same staffing issues as every business out there. They're not able to retain staff. We've actually gotten notice from 1 or 2 of our agencies that they're going to have to be closing those daycares in our schools because of lack of availability of staff. So please know that it is an ongoing effort by this administration as well as THPRD and the city as we continue on this endeavor. Next question is around food service. So food is still being provided on a daily basis, and students have the capacity or the ability to be able to pick those up on a daily basis. In terms of being able to transport them, I do not have the availability of bus drivers because we are still transporting a district of students across all schools and services and programs. So we lack that ability right now. It may be that it could be done potentially as a volunteer basis, but we don't have the services per se as what we've had in the past where we utilized our bus service for meals.
So the bus services that you have is currently serving the schools that are not closed. So what about the bus services that were previously servicing the schools that are currently closed? Does that not free them up for this type of service to our families?
In an ideal world, yes. Every day I have 15 routes that are vacant because I can't get enough bus drivers hired. Add to that, we averaged up to 10% of our bus drivers out on any given day due to illness or doctor's appointment or a surgery or recovery, whatever it may be. That's up to 30 vacant routes per day. So we are truly moving staff around to meet those needs so that we can actually have our staff who serve us in a central office position, such as our, people who are running our dispatch, secretarial staff, as well as mechanics can continue in their job to keep our fleets up and running. So it's unfortunate we're facing shortages across the board. It's not a matter of simply because we're closing a school, we now have extra bus drivers. That's not the case.
Thank you, Carl. You've answered my questions. I appreciate it.
Certainly.
Sunita?
Yeah, thank you, Brian and Danielle, for a wonderful presentation. I have a couple of questions. One is that we have lowered the quarantine and isolation period time to 5 days. And PCR tests usually can stay positive for as long as 3 months. So when a student comes back, what are the things that you're looking for? Like for the situation that Karen was presenting, I'm sure the one that was taken in Kaiser was a PCR test, and it can stay positive for as long as 3 months. So what is it that you guys look at when the kid comes back to school?
So when a student returns to school, part of it would be looking at, well, one, we are relying on our families and the honor system, which, that they will follow the guidance and they will follow Too Sick for School. So if we do have a student who comes to school and they're on their 6th day and they're showing with symptoms and look ill, we will most likely test that student and then send them home if they're positive. So there might be a student who then, comes to school and appears sick, or in some cases, because this, as Ugana talked about, this is a hardship on families, people are trying to work and they're trying to care for their children. What we do see is sometimes, like maybe on day 6, that student comes to school and they look good in the morning, but then the medication wears off around noon. And so then that student would go to the health room, and because we've opened the wide variety for testing, and on Friday, I do have an example. On Friday, a family was confused about the shortened quarantine and thought they could shorten it last week, but that it didn't go into effect on Tuesday. The student had been in quarantine for a close contact. It was day 7. They came back to school. And the staff did test the student because they were like, all right, well, we're not allowed to really have you be here yet, but we're going to go ahead. Let's test you before we before we let you into the classroom, and the student tested positive. And so they turned around and sent that student home. So it's really looking at those health symptoms. And then it's really hoping, is continuing to communicate with our families that if their student is sick, that they need to stay at home.
Thank you. My second question is that our temporary closure is till January 24th. What are the things that you are looking for to make the school open? Like what is it going to be the deciding factor for that?
So we're continuing even in those schools that are in TRL. So we're continuing to look at our staff attendance data and our student attendance data, as well as our positives. So we're still having parents report, because our school is still open, right? We're not closed, we're just in remote learning. So we're still taking attendance in all of those pieces. So when students test positive, we're still tracking that information. And so as we get like to Friday, we're keeping an eye on that information. And Friday will be a big day to take a look to see, what does our staff positivity rate look like? What does our student positivity rate look like? And all of those pieces. One of the things we did find is that we had a lot of staff absences that were linked to COVID, but in a lot of cases, many of the staff were actually well enough to be able to work, but they weren't well enough to be able to come in person. And so we've definitely seen a decrease in staff absences in those schools where they've transitioned to remote learning, because those individuals who were ill based on their test scores or their testing they didn't have enough symptoms that were impairing them to be able to work. So we will continue to take a look at that information, and HR is doing a great job of communicating with the staff who test. Nurses are going to continue to watch our students, and then on Friday we'll take a look at where things are at and then go from there.
Sunita, I think you pose an interesting question that we've wrestled with, is when these schools are scheduled to reopen, who is going to show up? How are they going to show up? And I think going back to Karen's original thing, if parents, I think, had those tests in their hands, because we believe that a lot of students are just staying home because they don't know. And maybe they're not even showing any symptoms, but they're just afraid to send their children. And so if they had that confidence of at least having a COVID test in their grasp, I think that could help. But you pose a great question, and we've wrestled with it too. Our hope is that on Monday, when the schools are open, we want to make sure that schools are open. And I think we're just going to be honest with you, I think we're going to do as much as we can on the HR point as far as staffing and reaching out. But really, I think we're just going to have to wait and see what happens. Will the kids come on Monday? Will staff? I think, but it's a difficult, and just Beaverton, just other districts are struggling with exactly what you just said. So, we're closing it for X amount of days. How will we know that it's the right time to come back? Whether it was 5 days, 6 days, 7 days, 10 days, what's it going to look like? Because I think all of us, and Danielle has proved, all of us, if you've had COVID or talked to somebody that's had COVID, it impacts us all in entirely different ways. And that includes our children.
True. Thank you. Thank you.
Becky?
My question is like everything, this is so complex. And I think all of us wish we could be in control, and you take one test, you have it, it's accurate, we move on. You are in quarantine this many days, you're better, you go back. None of this is an exact science. My question is, I am still, as a board staff member, I'm in schools several hours a week, and I see the staff doing unbelievable things. Our front offices look like triages. tests, parents there to pick up, waiting outside. Everybody is filling in wherever they can. But the amount of, when we're not able to fill in, when we put out something and then there's a day lag, a 48-hour lag. And I know it's because, as Danielle, as Brian has said, it changes by the hour, it changes by the day. So I'd like to know how you have these daily meetings, how we communicate, and even with us who live and breathe this as board members and as staff members, you can see how confusing the information. How do we know when we're sending out too much and people aren't paying attention as it's changing? How do you decide that knowing when an information needs to go out and it needs to go to interpretation so that we can, get it out in a timely fashion? But anytime that there's a lack of information, people fill in the void with their own information, and it adds anxiety to the staff, to the students, to our families. So I'm just wondering how you position this to get this information so that we're not hitting people with so much information that they quit paying attention.
I think I'll take that one, Becky. Yeah, it's a struggle. I'm not going to say it's not. We've had so many changes in the last week or two that we've really had to wrestle with how do we communicate and how much do we communicate. One thing that I think you heard a lot of tonight and we've heard in the past is that our community values transparency. So we really are erring on the side of providing more information rather than less. So when it comes to moving schools to temporary remote learning, once the decision is made, the district is communicating directly with that community via Parent Square. So every parent and staff member get that piece of information, and then it's followed up within Parent Square message from the principal with specifics to that school. We also reach out and communicate to all staff members so they know what schools are closing and moving to remote learning. We put it on our website in multiple places. We communicate it out to the media. Our media partners often help us in communicating this type of information. And all those messages that go out to the families are translated into 8 languages in addition to English. So all our messages related to remote learning are going out in all our languages. When we have significant updates in our COVID protocols that we think are going to impact the majority of our families, we also will put out that communication, have it translated through our MLD department, and then push out that information via Parent Square. Sometimes we have, I'll call them smaller updates that don't necessarily impact everyone, or they don't impact everyone all the time, but we want to make people aware of those changes. We had one of those today in regards to what symptoms we're now going to be testing for. So in that case, it was a small message. It went out via Parent Square. We didn't use our internal translation service, and instead we relied on Parent Square to do the translation. That allowed us to be a little bit more quick about getting out that update. So there's not a blanket answer. We take it on case by case, but we're trying to be transparent, but also not overwhelm our community. But the last 2 weeks, there's been a lot of info for sure.
Becky, you got a follow-up?
Yeah, just one quick follow-up. I would like to know, as a board member, what I can do to best support the staff and this effort in communicating with and whether it be our staff, whether it be our families, whether it be, what can I best do to support that effort?
I think we put a lot of time and effort into keeping our district FAQ up to date. I've literally rewrote it 3 times in the last 2 weeks. So, but we put a lot of time and effort there. And so when folks have questions, pointing them in that direction would be really helpful, because I think the answers to most questions can be found on the FAQ. And then that means that they don't have to tie up staff time at like a school secretary or a nurse or a health assistant asking those questions. So I would really encourage people to stop at the website first and look to see if they can get their question answered there.
Karen?
Yeah, I wanted to thank you for the mask infographic where it was simple. I looked at it, I quickly read it, and I quickly changed what I was doing with masks for my kids. So that was super helpful. The FAQ is where I send people when they text me about like, how long do I keep kids or all the questions. So that's super helpful too. With Parent Square, it moves very quickly. So like I've missed my kid being actually close contact because if you send me something, if the principal sends me something and then you as the district sends me something, it pushes the next thing down. So when I log in, because I get a notice, I try to log on every time I see it comes through because I know it's something important right now. So I log on and I look, and then the science teacher and the math teacher and the other teacher have already pushed it down like 4. So I'm like scrolling to see which one's the last one I read. And I don't know if that's my problem, like I have a wrong setting, or if there's a way that the district can highlight maybe a different color for district ones and a different color for school ones from the principal or something, just so that I'm actually trying to read every single one because I know you're sending really important information right now. I just can't scroll fast enough when I try to log on to see the different, and I can't tell which one's the newest one. So I missed that the school was closing and I missed that my kid was a close contact.
Yeah, so they'll load so that the most recent message is at the top, and then it'll go chronologically backward. We're not able to differentiate in the way you're describing. That'd be a great idea, but Parent Square doesn't allow us that ability. You can see on the top of each message who it was sent by, so you can sort of prioritize that way. But one thing I might suggest to you is to change your settings so that you're in digest mode. That means that at 6 o'clock, I think it is, at 6 o'clock every night, you'll get a reminder, and you can go on and you can look at that day's messages all at one time. And so it sort of holds all those messages for you so that you can sit down, just, have 5 minutes to go through that day's messages and then forget it. So you don't have to keep coming back and forth into Parent Square. You can just do it once.
The only issue with that for parents right now is that they're changing like the school schedules, the kids aren't getting on. So we need to help them get on to their like distance learning. And so like they send it right then. So it's almost like and that's a smaller issue, but like it's more immediate needs that are happening right one after the other. I'm not complaining in the sense that I think it's great that I'm getting the information. I'm just wondering if there's color coding or something that could be done so it'd be easier.
I'll double check it, but I'm pretty sure that those are preset by Parent Square, but I get what you're saying. We're just actually glad that we have the Parent Square tool, because we're not quite sure what we would do this year if we didn't have that platform, because our previous platform did not have that much functionality. But it's a lot. I know.
I have a couple of questions here. One thing is I'm thinking about the situation we're in. I think there's an expectation right now that we're going to see the numbers spike here pretty soon, and then we're going to come down fairly quickly, right? And I'm wondering if that's what the updates from County Health are telling you guys, and what they're talking about in terms of the peak and the tail or potential plateau, something like that, so we can be thinking ahead to how long this might be and what that means for folks as parents, as educators, as administrators, school board members.
Tom, and so in our last meeting, we met with OHA and Dr. Seidlinger, who is the head epidemiologist there, and they have cited January 27th as, I guess, peak for the state, but as you're probably more well versed. It really depends on what network you're in and what state and where you're at, depending on when you're going to peak and when you're going to come down. So they do believe that it's going to go down relatively fast, but they also believe it's probably not going to go down as fast as it went up. So it's going to have a little bit longer tail on this. We meet with our county health officials weekly, and we are hoping that maybe just because of Washington County's vaccination status and what's been going on as far as education and mitigation strategies, that maybe we're starting to hit that plateau a little bit earlier than before. I know I was talking with David a little bit earlier, and generally speaking, sometimes the peaks are coming a little bit earlier, whether it's in Oregon or across the nation, but also you're seeing other flare-ups happen too, some anomalies that are taking place in other parts. So we're hoping that maybe we've seen the pinnacle, but we don't know. But that's at least what we're hearing. We're hearing from our leaders at OHA right now.
My next question is kind of another OHA County Health question. Thinking about current situation, thinking about some things that I've read in terms of articles out there in the news, but it sounds like the tests aren't necessarily detecting Omicron as well as they were at detecting Delta and prior variants that we've experienced. Is there an acknowledgement from County Health of that or OHA? And is there an understanding in how we build our risk mitigation measures that situation, are basically the efficacy of our tests has been diminished?
I was on a call last week or the week before, and we had we asked about that. We also asked about the impact of the new variant on vaccinated individuals, and there does not seem to currently be a threshold to be able to make that statement.
Okay.
So we have not heard that that the tests are not successful for the current variant, and we have not really heard the part about vaccinated individuals. Additionally, they have not updated the symptoms. So we're continuing to ask that they make that update, but it has not happened as of yet.
Interesting. I guess my last question is, I appreciate the complexity of the decision-making you guys are making when it comes to shutting down a school and going to distance learning, and how serious that call is, what a large impact that has on the community of students and staff. What I'm wondering is, can you kind of talked about a situation where you're triangulating 2 or 3 different things. Can you show us a situation where those 2 or 3 different measures come together to create the call that school needs to move to distance learning, just so that we can fully understand how that decision's made? When you take a look at them, what would that look like in terms of real numbers for a school?
Tom, I think I can give you an example. If you bear with me, I'll just kind of make up some numbers because I don't have them committed to memory. Sure. But take a school that has, somewhere in the ballpark of the over 20% staff and student absences. And then when we look at those specific staff absences, a high percentage of those are, confirmed COVID. So what that confirmed COVID is telling us that it's going to be a more extended period of time. It's not like we would expect a big staff, to come back the very next day. And we find out that the number of absences, those positions, are unfilled by the sub pool. So then that conversation may happen between central office administration and the principal, and we find out that the way their staffing is set up, they don't have staff who are able to fill in those positions in-house. We call like period coverage, at like the high school level. There's not teachers who are able to use their preps to fill in and those types of things. So the result is a large number of student classes simply not having an educator, and it ends up being like a last minute supervision that sort of takes care of them for that day, but the education isn't moving forward. Likewise, you could flip that. Either it could coincide, or student absences are just so high that we need a different model to have some students experiencing education, to the point where distance, remote learning would actually have more students engaged just because the student absences are so high. So it really is, where do those lines intersect between a critical staff shortage, and it's all contextual of the environment of the school, but a critical staff shortage and a critical student absent rate. And then there is a judgment call that plays into all of it, truly on the site specific issues.
I think on the flip side of that, Tom, I can just think of our meeting today, and I was expecting when we were going into our meeting, because on Friday we had several schools. We probably had 6 or 8 schools that we thought we were going to be looking at today. When we got into our meeting today, Danielle's been working, she works day and night along with other staff members to show us we had some significant decreases in student absences. So basically we got a lot better, 10, 15% swings, and even some in staff absences. And so the one school that we had today, that trend didn't take. In fact, their student absences were increasing, I believe, if I'm right, and their staff absences were remaining about the same. And so it wasn't coming down. So we looked at that trend data of that school, and we decided for that particular school, that's why we chose it to go to remote. But we had 5 or 6 other schools that I thought we'd be looking at really hard, and their data got significantly better. I don't know, Danielle, if you want to weigh in, or if I said that appropriately.
Yeah, no, you're completely accurate. And I think one of the things we saw for, VOS as an example, we saw an increase in student absences related to COVID, as well as staff absences. And there were some students who were going to be returning from quarantine, but there wasn't the same number of students who were coming, there was almost more students going out for isolation than there were students coming back from quarantine. So we've seen in a couple of schools this last week, we saw a pretty high spike, and we were monitoring it. And then those students all came back, like they had gotten through their quarantine and isolation period, and they didn't really have any other students who were going out. So it did appear to kind of stop the spread in the school. And so we were like, okay, we don't need to make that shift. But schools like VOS and Greenway, they were having a steady increase. And then students were getting ready to come back, but we saw a huge increase of students who needed to go out. So it's this who's coming in, who's going out, what does all of that look like? And I agree with Dawn. On Friday, there were definitely a couple schools that we were between staff and student illness and absence rates were pretty, we were monitoring them pretty intently. And then today they came back looking pretty good. So which means that those students are kind of going through that cycle, and the staff are going through the cycle, and they're getting well, and they're able to come back to school. So we are trying that kind of, how do we look at classrooms? How do we look at whole schools? And really, how can we pinpoint where maybe spread is happening and target those smaller populations. And then if need be, go to that larger population. What I would say is in a couple schools that we ended up shifting the whole school to remote learning, there had been 1 or 2 classrooms that had shifted already to TRL, right? Because there had been a large, like an outbreak in that classroom. And so we had moved them, and then the school kind of followed them after that happened.
Thanks. That's helpful to understand the dynamics and how you guys put it all together in a decision. So I really appreciate that. And I want to echo my fellow board members in saying how much we appreciate the efforts of all staff, our nurses, classified staff, teachers. We're almost 2 years into this pandemic. 2 years. And we're facing, when we're looking at the numbers in that chart, how high those numbers were and how difficult that is, and the fatigue and the burnout and all of the difficulties. And I know that the work that folks are doing is nothing short of heroic to help our kids. So I really, really appreciate that. I know that the whole board does. And I know that every one of these decisions, whether to open a school or to close it or to take, those measures that we're talking about right now, are never taken lightly, and that they're heavily debated, and that there is a lot of thought that's going on to the decisions that are being made at the district level. So I appreciate that. I know that we're not out of this thing by a long shot. So I hope we can find ways to keep our system healthy, because we know that, we may get up the mountain and down the mountain of Omicron, but we don't know what's on the other side. Nobody's, clearly outlined an exit for our pandemic. And so I hope that we're really taking into consideration how we can keep our efforts up over the long term to support our students and our staff and everybody else. With that, our next item is going to be a public hearing for discussion of ARCO Eries. I think we got John Bridges here with us. Dr. Bridges, are you here?
I am. Thanks, Chair Collette, members of the board, Superintendent Grotting. I will be brief, but I would like to start with a quote from Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., whose birthday we celebrated on Monday. And he says, "Not everybody can be famous, but everybody can be great, because greatness is determined by service." So board members, thank you for your greatness. So ARCO Eries is the first charter school in Beaverton School District. It opened in 2010-11, and this is its 12th year of operation. The board has renewed the charter for ARCO Eries in 2013 and 2016, and the current charter, which is in your packet, expires on June 30th. Under Oregon law, there are 5 criteria for districts to consider when renewing a charter. Those are also outlined in your packet, but I'll go over them briefly. Compliance with state and federal laws, compliance with the charter itself, meeting student performance criteria, which we have outlined in the charter for ARCO Eries, fiscal stability, and then any other renewal criteria that are specified in the charter. Staff have reviewed evidence related to renewing the charter, and that evidence is included in the board packet, which includes an external evaluation that is conducted towards the end of the term of the charter, the annual internal evaluation report, which you received in October, and the most recent fiscal audit of the school. Based on the evidence, staff recommend renewal of the charter. So as you discuss any testimony from the public hearing held earlier this evening and the staff's recommendation, I'd be happy to try and answer any questions that will assist you in making a decision regarding renewal of the ARCO Eries charter at the February 28th business meeting. And I'll turn it back over to Chair Collette.
Board members, any questions regarding the renewal for ARCO Eries? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Bridges, for joining us tonight, and we will look forward to seeing this as an action item at our next board meeting. Next up, we have the Sato Classroom Edition. And I see Dr. Mead, got Aaron here.
I'm stepping in for Aaron this evening.
Okay,
Tom.
gotcha. Good to see you, Josh.
Good to see you too. So good evening, Chair Collette and school board members. My name is Joshua Gomez. I'm the Chief Facilities Officer. I'm covering tonight for Aaron Boyle. You have in your package the situation sheet where our recommendation is for the board to make an approval of a $150,000 transfer of bond funds so that we can design 4 permanent classrooms at Sato Elementary School. And your approval would be at the February 28th business meeting. So why we're asking for this, the enrollment at Sato is projected to increase and exceed the capacity of 750 students. The enrollment projections that we have are from our demographer, Robert McCracken, and the PSU enrollment forecast. So in the situation sheet, we covered 3 options. We looked at an attendance boundary adjustment, we looked at new portables, and we looked at adding permanent classroom capacity. And it is our staff recommendation that we move forward with the permanent classroom capacity based on some of the cons that we have. We have pros and cons for each, but the permanent classroom capacity is our best option moving forward. When we looked at the attendance boundary adjustment, we looked at a lengthy process that may come out with an outcome that may not be in support of that classroom capacity that we need at that school. New portables, they're very costly, as you may know, limited capacity on who can provide new portables in our district. And so again, it is our recommendation for that new permanent classroom capacity. As you may recall, we have approved the Vos Elementary School project where we are doing 4 additional classrooms. That project has been approved by the school board, and that project was endorsed by the Bond Accountability Committee. We have savings from that project, and what we're asking from the school board to consider is taking the savings from that project to help pay for this design at Sato. So that's where the funding would come from. These are, again, bond funds. So in essence, we're not asking for any additional funds that, outside of the bond. They're already captured in that project, taking the savings and applying it to the design for the Sato classroom. We're not asking for construction dollars at this time. We are posturing ourselves, positioning ourselves so that we're in a great position so that if we have a future capital improvement bond approved, we can move forward with the construction of the 4 permanent classrooms at Sato. There are other things in the situation sheet, but I will open it up to any questions that the board may have.
Josh, if I may add one other piece, the reason why we're coming to you at this time, excuse me, is by us being able to move forward with the planning stage of this and permitting stage, we save ourselves nearly a year. Once the bond actually gets passed, saves us a year of time. So we're able to expedite that even that much quicker in getting those classrooms online.
Susan and Karen.
I have 2 questions. One, with the population of that area growing, do you foresee the potential that 4 classrooms wouldn't be enough? And I mean, I know that's conjecture on your part. And the other part is if Vos is doing the same thing, and I thought Sato was pretty close to the same design, could you share the design? I'm not saying we shouldn't go ahead. I'm just asking, can you share the plans, or is it that much different that you need to have 2 different?
I'll take the second question because that's a great question, Susan. Similar design concept, but it is differing site conditions. We need specific drawings for Sato. I would love to take the design we currently have at Vos and apply it to Sato, but we have to have, again, specific drawings. We will have different conditions at the site, and so we need to pay for that specific set of design. We definitely talked about it. It would be ideal, but not. We need to have a separate and specific contract for this at Sato.
So your first question, Susan, is do we forecast that these 4 classrooms will be enough? The crystal ball is a little cloudy. In an ideal world, the answer is yes. And again, what we know, and this is based on our history with Springville and Findlay, as well as Jacob Wismer, is we hit a peak at about 12 years in those schools. because what typically happens is brand new families move into that area. And so you end up with a high density of elementary age kids at the early onset of the opening of a school. What I'm talking about is a school at about 12 years old begins to age out. Those kids spread throughout a K-12 system, and those families still reside in those neighborhoods. They don't simply move out because their kids are out of elementary school. So in essence, we spread our kids in a more of a K-12 fashion. And it's exactly what we have seen in every school in the North over the last 20 years. So I would say we're about, 4 years into that. So we are hoping that those 4 additional classrooms will give us that space to be able to grow. The school is appropriately so. The other factor is making sure that we're working with the administration to limit any and all administrative transfers potentially into that school.
Another thing, Susan, if I can add too about the design, we are in Washington County for Sato. We were in City of Beaverton for, and so we have to deal with that permitting through Washington County. So that's another piece too.
Karen?
Yeah, I went out to the school. I've been visiting Sato, it's in my zone, and I see it, the principal could explain where they would be, where the rooms might be, and it's in a place that it seems ideal spot for the students to have access still to the various areas of the school. It seems pretty well thought out from the visit and the walkthrough that I did. I also wanted to just say great job to our bond team. Beaverton, we have our own team that was able to then have the savings from the last bond that is allowing us to add some extra positive, spaces for our students in our community. So that just thank you to the bond team for doing that work. And when we met this week with the bond team, they explained how they did some of those savings. And so it wasn't just as easy, oh yeah, we saved some money, some coupons or something, but it actually was work that they had organized and been very thoughtful about this process. And that's given back to our community. So thank you to your work for that. To your team.
Director Perez, do you know of any coupons that we could cash in on? That'd be
I know,
great.
right? Hey, I'm a parent, right? Coupons are important.
Becky, do you know about the coupons?
I wish I knew about the coupon. I just want to say one, I am glad that you've given us choices and shown us all the different, I know we have heard up there that the staff has done an excellent job of trying to use every square inch of space, and we've taken over their libraries, we're taking over things that students need in a school. I wish families had been considerate enough when we went out for the last bond that they had moved to that area before we built Sato. So our crystal ball could have been working properly, that we had known to expand when we built it in the first place, but we know that that does not work. But my last point I just want to make is I appreciate us getting in front of this before we have kids that are on top of each other and it's hard for them to learn. And I am so grateful to the taxpayers of Beaverton School District that we have a bond that allows us, because of the well management of this bond team, that we have money that we can spend. So I am very, very grateful, and I'm grateful for the team for being forward thinking on this.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? I appreciate the thoroughness of the report there. The only question I had in my mind was between a boundary change and the additional capacity, and you guys made it really clear why the importance of the classrooms and how the boundary change might not actually get us the result that would be good for kids. So thank you for outlining that for us and helping us understand that. And here's to saving some money and cutting the coupons and getting us to a place where we're able to do more with less. That's awesome. So I look forward to seeing this, I think, on our next board agenda. As
The
an
next
action item.
The next business meeting.
The business meeting.
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, looking forward to that. Thank you for everything you guys are doing.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have our very own Becky Timchuk with Amy Ruiz, and we're going to be hearing more about the bond.
Thank you so much for teeing it up so we can go continue talking about the bond. Folks, I know that there is not anything in your board book because what our original plan was last week when we were planning for this meeting is that we were going to roll out our website. In hindsight, what is foremost and the focus of all of us right now is dealing with Omicron and keeping our students in school and keeping safe. So we will be absolutely kicking our bond campaign as we get closer to the actual vote. I think there isn't really anything new from our last board meeting, except things have been moving forward. I hope all of you as board members will look at the very nice thing. I do not have any idea. Our communications team cannot sleep. Between all of the things that they're keeping up to date and keeping our families and our staff updated, they are doing unbelievable work. And they have put together to all of you a list of your schools. They've reached out to PTOs so we can start doing the outreach. So I'm encouraging all of you to respond to that. We've also gotten a list of starting folks that we're going to make aware of the campaign, different groups in our community. We've got a list of those meetings and we've started scheduling those. We started the outreach of how we are going to raise the funds so that we can get the word out and educate our voters in Beaverton. So all of that is happening right now. We'll talk a little bit more about this at our work session in February, but we very much look forward to doing a proper rollout to our community of expressing why we need a bond and why this is really important at this time to have maintenance that has been deferred for so long, and safety for our students, and seismic upgrades, and different modernization of our different facilities to keep them up to date. So thank you so much for your patience, and we look forward to sharing more with that. So Amy, I appreciate you being on with us tonight. Is there something you would like to share from your side on the consulting side?
No, we're working hand in hand with Becky, getting the beginnings of the community-facing bond campaign up and running, laying the groundwork for fundraising, and starting to think through our voter outreach and communication strategy. So we'll be in touch with many of you and in your off-district time hours with opportunities to get involved as that piece kicks off. But here for any questions, and thanks for continuing the work.
And I also forgot to mention, I appreciate those of you that it took Carl and his operations team that is so good up on getting more information. So we had one meeting last week with Karin, and we're having a meeting next week with Sunita. I know how limited your time is, but we'd be glad to take meetings, in the whatever works for your schedule. I'll be glad to take phone calls, but thank you so much, Carl, to you and your team for being available to answer questions for board members before we actually bring this to a vote to the full board on February 15th. Any questions? Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Becky. Thanks, Amy. Okay, we're going to move on to action items here. So the first action item is the Boys and Girls Swimming Co-op. Do I hear a motion to adopt the swimming co-op?
So I'm going to try and say this in a nice manner. So I move to adopt the Beaverton High School Swimming Co-op.
Do I hear a second on the measure?
I'll second the motion, Tom.
Okay. Any discussion from board members and questions about this item? Okay, great. Then we will go into taking the vote. It's been properly moved and seconded to adopt the Boys and Girls Swimming Co-op. Board members, if you answer with yay or nay when I call your name. Susan Greenberg.
Yay.
Karen Perez.
Yay.
Eric Simpson.
Yay.
Sunita Garg.
Yay.
Ugana and Anaya.
Yay.
Becky Timchuk.
Aye.
Tom Collette. Yay. And the measure passes unanimously. Okay, we're going to now move on to the consent agenda. Do I hear a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
I move that we adopt the consent agenda.
Okay, here a second.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, it has been properly moved and seconded to adopt the consent agenda. Any discussion? Or actually, there's no discussion on this. My apologies. Board members will answer with yay or nay when I call your name. Susan Greenberg.
Yay.
Connor and Perez.
Yay.
Eric Simpson.
Yay.
Sunita Garg.
Yay.
Ugana Inanaya.
Yay.
Becky Timchuk.
Aye.
Tom Collette, yay, and the consent agenda passes unanimously. So now it's time for board communications. Does anybody have any communications for our public and folks watching at home? Aaron?
I just wanted to say thank you to the Jacob Wismer team for letting me visit prior to the shutdown of visitors. I also wanted to thank the team at Five Oaks for allowing me to volunteer there. We're still doing some of the lunch stuff prior to the COVID stoppage. And then at the barns too, I'm packing lunches now that we can still do that, helping with lunch stuff. So not with students, but just packing food. And then I had a student ask for support with feminine hygiene products at elementary for all students. And Joshua on the district team was very helpful, sharing what we are doing and how we're making that accessible, and have a goal to make it accessible for all of our high schools and more accessible, increasing the access to hygiene products for students at high school and middle school. The state still hasn't provided the funding, but we're moving ahead and trying to do the best for our students. And then seeing how we can increase some of that somehow into the elementary schools for our students in that are non-binary, as well as students that just need hygiene products, or actually just students that need hygiene products. So thank you to the staff for working on that. I appreciate it. And thanks to the students for reaching out.
Susan?
So this is one of the things I want to focus on in the next year. I know that we're busy working on getting through COVID, and we are working on the superintendent search, but I don't want to forget about the student voice. And one of my goals, and I know this is a goal of everyone, is to make sure we have student voice. And I hope that we are looking at a policy to bring a student representative on our school board.
Sunita?
I wanted to thank all the educators, especially the teachers at Mountain View, for taking an initiative to start a monthly collaboration process. Have a coffee with a board member where they can bring talk to the administrators and board members and talk about their issues and problem and come to a solution that would work for the school for the better. So I want to thank them for taking this initiative and working so many hours and in conditions as they are right now. So great job. Thank you.
Becky?
I want to thank all of the folks, especially the last few weeks, that take the time to share their thoughts and opinions with us as board members, that take the time to share their public comments. We heard from students very loud and clear this week about how they feel about the start time of school. But like with everything in the last 2 years, there are a wide variety of perspectives. Not everyone thinks the same. Not all students think the same. Not all teachers think the same. Not all parents think the same. And I just appreciate that we are respectful. And I want folks to know you've been heard. And even though we may not act, or you think the school board is not doing, we are a school board. I believe, I will speak for myself. I will not speak for the school board. I will speak for I as a school board member, that we have a superintendent. He has staff around him that are giving him information and making very tough decisions on a daily basis and a weekly basis. But we appreciate the input. And even though you may think that we're not acting upon the things that you want us to act on, I want you to know that you are being heard and we are doing our best to do what is best for our students and keep our staff and everyone safe during this process. So thank you very much. And I appreciate keep hearing from the community.
I just want to say, and this is a difficult time right now. You know, we're in the middle of a surge. This has been going on for a long time. We know the impact on students' education. We know the impact on community health. And I know that what I see from the efforts of our educators, our classified staff, our administrators, that constant effort to adjust, to work around this situation, to do what's best for kids is what will get us out of here ultimately. I don't know when that will happen. You know, the virus sets the timeline, but I know that the work that this school district is doing and our staff are doing will lead the way out of that eventually. And I have no doubt of that. And I'm so proud to be able to be part of a district where so many people put so much caring in on a daily basis, give so much of themselves to their community, to our kids. And I cannot wait for the day when we are finished with this and we can see each other in person and our schools will be normal and we won't have some of the challenges we face now. But in the meantime, what I'm left with is a sense of pride and a sense of respect for the work that is being done right now. And that comes truly from the heart. So thank you everybody for all the work that you're doing right now. We're going to adjourn the school board meeting and then we are going, school board members stay on because we are going to have an executive session afterwards. And with that, the meeting's adjourned.